All right. Sorry about all that. I think everything is up and running now. I will be able to see the live chat, play the game, see the live video, and also be able to do any back-end technical things I need to do without it interfering with the game this time. So, sorry that took so long. It seems to always be a different issue with a different game, and then I gotta switch it back every time I play a different game. So, we are gonna have an exciting little boust today, I guess. The multiplayer event just started, so we're gonna do that first. Originally, we were gonna do Chloe first, but it just took too long to get started. So, yeah, we're gonna be doing the multiplayer. See if anybody's in lobbies yet. Apparently, people aren't really getting in multiplayer too much yet. So we'll see what happens with that. Before that, though, I wasn't able to grab food or anything, so I'm gonna do that. And while I'm doing that, get the team ready that I want for multiplayer, and as well as do my free summon or whatever, the yearly gift summon. And in the background, as you can see on the top here, there's going to be videos playing. Up first, we have I'm OP Every Day. I've talked about him before, but he's a fucking amazing Grand Summoners YouTuber, one of the only ones. And we'll start off with him. We're doing a bit of Grand Summoner videos in the background, and a few other videos, mainly all based around gaming stuff, and a few movies, I believe. So that's what is on the agenda throughout the background. And I guess we'll start. I will be back on camera once I get all the food and everything. Gotta feed the animals as well. So I won't be able to check messages right now, but I'll check them when I get back, and then once I'm back, I'll be able to see them. So yeah. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for staying tuned, and let's hope we have some good battles today. Oh yeah, and hopefully we get a sick-ass summoning. Alright, I'll be back.
You know, I never thought that is in real-time arena. You know, I never thought that I would actually be legitimately making a PvP video. Today we are. Reason being is because the newest update actually added real-time arena. And if we go to find room, is there any rooms? Look at that. There's nobody. Nobody. Look at this. No one's in here, man. I think some people don't even know that this is a thing at the moment. You know, GS, you guys need to advertise this whenever it's live. Like, you know, maybe above the quest icon, you know what I'm saying? Like you do with raids. Or maybe like a pop-up right here where you have like the starter missions. You should have like, hey, real-time arena is live if you want to try it out. Since this is a beta and you guys are trying to see if this stuff works or not, just some food for thought, you know what I'm saying? But either way, in today's video, I want to see if we can actually make an arena team and see how good it actually turns out. Now, I will be cheating a little bit here, and you may be like, OP, how are you going to cheat? Ladies and gentlemen, by research. On the Grand Summoners YouTube channel, the Japanese YouTube channel, there was actually a tournament that was held a long time ago, and I think it was actually in their live streams, where they did, yeah, here it is right here. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go see who won. so I can copy their team. So after brainstorming for a bit and talking to myself, I think I found a good enough team and a good enough comp to actually do this. Now the equips, look, they're atrocious. Here's the thing. In real-time PvP, equipment CT matters a lot because your equips aren't actually active right out the gate. So that means all the equips we have are either status element afflicting equips, stuff that is pretty hard hitting, or something that has low cooldown that is able to help me out. Also, the name of the game in this is that if we're able to get Dark Celia's art, we should win most of the time. Now look at this guy. Spade, starting equipment CT 1. Recovery, handicap, none. Oh, room's already full. All right, look at this guy. Aiden, look at this. Transmission error, come on, man. Okay, here we go. Miku, here we go. They ain't ready for me. Let's see what the field effects are. Bro, can I play the game? Oh, here we go. This is a friend of mine. Let's see what you got, man. I'm ready for this. I want to see if he knows the tech, if he knows what to do, because like I said, I literally just went and I copied a JP player strat. So if we lose this, I'm gonna be upset. Oh, never mind. He has the frozen twins. See, he knows the strats. What is this? How is this boy so tanky, man? Maybe I should have went the barrier strat. Is this the strat? That might be the strat. This might be the old meta here. He went with the Emperor. Maybe I gotta use my Emperor. All right, you know what? Switching the team around. Hold on. Can I join a game, please? This is the hard part right here. They gotta find a better system for this. I really like this screen though. I like the cut in right here. I like, wait, we just have our equips? Oh, you're done for. You're done for, fam. You are actually done for. Hold on. Oh, never mind. I'm done for. What? I think I won. Yeah, I think you're done for, fam. I think you're done for. Wait, Chloe has a revive. Doesn't she? Or did I win? That's it. Look at that. I won. GG. That was a close one, though. He almost got me with the Mikey. See, I don't know what the comp settings are because there's got to be like, look at this, starting arc gauge at 200. You know what I'm saying? There has to be some comp settings here. Let's see if I can actually make some comp settings. So let's do time limit 120. All right, so I think the setting that I'm going to go is, I think I'm going to go 0.5. I like 0.5 quite a bit. Starting arc gauge will be 0. Damage handicap. Yeah, I think I'm going to go 50% on the damage right here. Recovery, I think I'm going to go... Recovery will do 20%. I think we'll do no field effect for right now. Yeah, we'll try with no field effect. The only field effect that I think people would use would be miasma, though. Or actually, you know what? Yeah, let's just do miasma by default. I'm gonna see if someone joins instantly or not. So this may be a slow roll here. This is Soul Fox. I'm testing out a lot of different things here. I don't know if I'm gonna make some tweaks to this or if this is the rule set that I'm gonna like, but let's see what happens, man. Let's see what strat he's going with. So he went with the Emperor, wait, whose team is who? Oh, I'm on the top right. Okay, I don't know. Okay, so he went with the Malia, okay, I see what he's doing. So we have miasma in effect. I don't know if I'm gonna like this or not, but I think we're gonna like it. Maybe not. Oh wait, I got all my stuff. Hold on now. Hold up, fam. Oh my goodness, he's getting melted, boys. Hold up, GG. I don't know if I like the miasma effect or not. I'm kind of like 50-50 on it. And I don't even know if I really like this mode. I'm still 50-50 on this mode. And what is this team here? I see a lot of 5-star slots on your team though, fam. Key to actually winning in this mode is having low equipped CTs, so like the Charlottes, and having status effects. I think status effects are huge in this mode. I think that goes a long way because the only thing is though is that against someone like Gerald, they can kind of just keep going. Now they do have their true arts. Oh god, now this is gonna be bad. So they actually saved it for true arts here, which is really good. The question is, can I get my art off with Gerald real quick? I can. So my team is technically a little bit protected here. Yeah, I think my team's actually surviving this. That's crazy. Now Gerald has fallen. Now see, that was my front line. That's my tank right there. That's my boy. I don't know if we can keep going like this, but we gonna try, boys. We are gonna try. Oh wait, are we winning? Are we winning this? Is the strats coming through? Hey, yo. See, the thing is, I kind of like miasma, though. It keeps it on its toes, because look at us. Look, we don't know who's going to win yet. It's like 50-50, and we keep getting arts and stuff like that. Like, there's a comeback mechanic, I think, with miasma being a thing, compared to not it being a thing. And damn, GG. I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on it. I don't know if I like the miasma or not. And do I like this mode? I think it's fun. I think it's kind of stupid, but it's fun. I think the only thing is it's really hard to kind of tell like what's happening in the game. Let's see. So he's rocking the, oh, this is like all collab units right here. Hold on now. But he doesn't have that many 5-star slots like I do, which is maybe good for me. He does have True Izanagi. Maybe True Izanagi's a play too, but I don't see True Izanagi doing anything. Here's the thing is that I'm going to get all my stuff first, and I think I'm going to be able to freeze most of his stuff. Oh yeah. Oh, that's big. That's big. Oh my goodness, I just melted his team, boys. Rusty, I hate to do this to you, man. I know you be watching me. I know you be watching the streams. You know you tune in. I'm sorry, man. Dang, that's crazy. But the good news is someone like Dark Celia, though, in ranked or in PvP, let me say, is extremely good. Every time you use her art, she gets more and more deadly. So far, I kind of like this. This isn't going to be fun, though, for people that are probably newer to the game who don't have a lot of equips at their disposal, because you're just going to get completely steamrolled. Not only if you don't have a lot of equips, you don't have a lot of, like, units. I don't think, like, Emperor is required or anything, but I do think, like, characters with, like, actual good like slots, like 5-star slots and stuff like that, are gonna be amazing. And oh, he's going for a poison strat. Oh no, he's not. He just has a Serp on the team. I'm dumb. I ain't gonna lie, that poison doing a lot. Hey yo, he may actually get his arts off before. Wait, he's gonna get his arts before me. Oh no sir, no siree, no siree, you're not. Hold on, let me get that freeze. Let me get that freeze. Let me get that freeze. Big freeze, big freeze. But we do have the Usurper coming through, which is sucks. That sucks. Ooh, Dark Finn already going down. Already going down. We have another freeze coming through. But ooh, Dark Marzex needs to be taken out here. Can I kill him before he does this? See, because endless is a problem. Endless is a problem. But look at that. My boy Gerald was able to tank a True Art, which is insane. Dude, it's so hard to kill the Gerald. Oh wait, Gerald is dead. The Gerald is dead, but here's the problem. He's saving up for another art. I see what he's doing. I see what he's doing. Oh, never mind. He's gone. I think you're done for, man. I think it's over for you, Alex. So this is very tank heavy here. Brian, if I don't win this, I will not hear the end of this, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, see, he got the Angelus, though. The Angelus is pretty potent. Angelus is a pretty potent character. So we're going to be popping off with the art here, getting the physical res down, trying to do some damage. God dang, they doing some deeps to us, boys. All right, we're going to use the Gerald here. We're going to try to get it going. Hold on. Hey, I know he's sweating right now. I know he's sweating. He's sweating right now. He don't know what to do. He's sweating.
All right, thanks. My first match, been looking for a team. Dead.
I'm sorry I had to do that to you, Brian. So yeah, I actually really like these rules. If you guys want to copy them, you know, you guys can. I think Miasma is the only field effect that I would consider using. I think it like adds a little bit of like mayhem to the mode. But yeah, that was fun. I think it would be nice if there was actually rewards for this, because from what I understand, there's no rewards for playing real-time arena right now, like as you see here. And I understand it is in the beta, so you know that's probably the reason why. I think this has some potential to be a fun mode, not like a competitive mode or anything, but just a fun mode that you can do whenever you're bored with your friends. I don't think it's like gonna be something that GS is gonna turn into. GS's gameplay, it's not that tactical, you know what I mean? I don't think an actual PvP mode is gonna be the future of GS, and I think they realize that. But just having this is nice to have in the game. I think it's a fun little thing to have.
I don't know about that. I feel like it's pretty
be it for this
technical,
video.
and
Thank
they
you
can
all
also
for
make it
coming
more
out. Tell me down
technical.
below how you guys are liking
For sure.
RTA, if you tried it out or not.
And
also let me
we
know
haven't
down
really
below
had a
what type of rule set
multiplayer.
do you guys like?
If
And
you're
what type
playing,
of
if
comps
you
use?
do it
And last
right,
but not least, you guys already know. Don't forget to drink water.
you know, doing the right equipment and all that good stuff.
Y'all
Would
are
be
about
right.
to
You
get
know,
some
you can take a lot of
content.
skill.
I'm telling you guys, y'all gonna get some content. Oh, y'all about to get some content. Welcome back to another Sleepy Snake video. We are here on Grand Summoners for a one and done summon for Volty right here. Volty LR. I really don't have much to say about this guy. Of course, you go watch the update video, you can see me talk about him and everything that's coming with the Christmas update and everything like that. I think he's a pretty cool character. Pretty interesting. I'm not that all interested in this character. Banner's pretty nice. You got Ari on here. Forte, I know people still want this unit, and plus there's a lot of people that don't have this unit, and new players still need Forte just for nuking, because Forte is probably one of the best nukers units that you can have, best nuker support units that you can have on your team. So Ari, great damage dealer. Celissa, pretty cool with buffing all allies skill CT speed by 100% and physical damage by 60%, and she reduces enemy earth and physical resistance by 15% on that arts, man. It goes in with that effort. You max out that effort, and bro, that duration just doubles up, and you're still getting that CT speed up, that physical damage up, and that resistance, that physical and earth resistance is gonna be down. And plus reducing that enemy's physical invasion rate by 10% for 5 seconds, man. Talk to me, man. Talk to me. So yeah, update is here. You go to arena. Guess what? PvP is here. Yes. Now I don't know if this plays into like the whole like rewards that you get and everything like that. We just gotta see. And the whole ranking, I'm not for sure. Watch me get into PvP, just like not like it. Not like it at all. Watch me get into PvP and not like it at all. That's crazy. Yeah, they have the starter missions right here too. So we just gotta clear these starter missions. Enhance and equip. Limit break and equip. Clear the daily quest. Awaken a unit. Limit break a unit. Okay. Wait, I already have all these claimed. What? Hold up. All right, I'm confused. Let's go into the summon. Let's get right into it. Oh, that is the wrong thing. Oh no, that is the right thing because the first step up is free. Yeah. Okay, so first step up free. I was like, oh bro, I did not mean to summon on that. Let's see. Crotwin by Go Touch. Maybe one and done summon luck could come through maybe one day. No Ganon. No second animation. No 5-star animation. No second slash. And no lightning. What is going on? 2 5 stars. That's what I'm talking about. 2 5 stars. Let's see. First one. Prevail. All right. Let's see. Let's see. These summons, man. Oh my gosh. These summons. One more thing, if you're new to the channel, hit the like button and subscribe, and let me know in the comments down below what units and what teams you would like to see me run in RTA and real-time PvP. This has been Boy Sleepy Snake. I made his day, and stay sleepy.
So it has been a pretty wild week for me. But now, GS wants to spice it up even more and possibly release one of the biggest updates for Grand Summoners Global ever. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, yes, tonight at 6 p.m. PST, Phantom Snipers Episode 8 begins, meaning VoltLR comes out and the finale of the Phantom Sniper saga finally goes live on Grand Summoners Global. VoltLR is extremely exciting, of course. He's a very fun unit. I don't think he's necessarily broken by any means, but this boy definitely packs a punch. Of course, his character is a Phantom Bullet unit, and his Phantom Bullet is pretty dope. He pretty much is able to stack up or load shots into his gun. The more shots he loads, the stronger his Phantom Bullet becomes. And then once you pop it, it'll do insane amounts of damage based on how many shots you have loaded into. On top of this as well, VoltLR is actually a taunt tank that's able to stack earth damage, which is pretty cool. And yeah, I mean, he's great. On top of this as well, we have brand new Christmas equips coming, like the Xmas Christmas equips. I haven't actually looked at these myself, but there might be some good ones in there. So for all my nukers and everybody, you may want to keep a lookout on those. Not to mention too, this banner that VoltLR is going to be on is pretty good. Look at this. We got VoltLR, Irie, Forte, and oh god, I forgot her name. Irie is quite possibly one of the strongest damage dealers in the game still. If you guys haven't ever seen me use her against the mines, she absolutely destroys Omega Palamecia and regular Palamecia. On top of that as well, Irie just is a hard hitter because of how much damage buffs she has. She also has a transformation mechanic which is known as Heavenly Fang. You have to use your art in order to do this though, but if you pop your art, you go into Heavenly Fang, and then your true arts multiplier will get doubled on top of the fact that you also get like an attack buff and skill CT as well. Not to mention too, ladies and gentlemen, she has a broken true weapon in the game. Probably one of the best physical true weapons in the entire game. This true weapon gives you damage and earth damage and also physical damage up all at the same time, equating to a ridiculous amount of deeps for your team. And hey, I already know a lot of people are going to be going for VoltLR in this banner, but if you get Irie, do not be upset. That girl is so good. Commander Forte, quite possibly one of the best units Grand Summoners has ever released over the course of its lifespan. I'm talking about 50 art gauge passively to the whole team. You got crit damage passively to the whole team. On top of that as well, you got a massive damage buff to human allies and a massive dark damage buff to dark allies. And guess what? If they're both, they get both of the benefits of the buffs. I use this character so much. Fun fact, she is actually my most used unit in Grand Summoners, as you see here. I literally can't praise this girl enough, and to me, I would say she is an SS tier unit for anybody that wants to get into nuking, or if you are a nuker yourself. So I guess this brings us to, you know, if you should summon on this banner or not. Is it worth it? And I would say absolutely. I wouldn't really go broke on the banner, but it is just a very good banner in general. But this isn't it, ladies and gentlemen. Usually this would be the end of the video, right? But no, this ain't it. Like I said in the beginning of this video, this is a crazy update for Grand Summoners Global. We are finally getting real-time PvP. Yes, you heard me right. Real-time PvP is finally getting added after maintenance, and this will start in a beta as you see here. You will also be able to play private matches or play against your friends easily by just using a room code or by just having each other on your friends list. Another thing is too, RTA, or this kind of PvP, has their own rule system that you're able to set up. You can't really see it because it's a really small screenshot, but pretty much you're able to set like time limits, you're able to set starting equipment CTs, along with a bunch of other things too. You can also do practice as well. Select your party or a friend's party and train against the CPU, which is really cool. You're actually able to use a friend's party for RTA and see, how they're doing or what their team comp is like. And we will finally be getting some starter missions, which special starter missions have been added to help ease new summoners into the game, learn the ins and outs of summoning, and get handsomely rewarded. Starter missions are available to all players, but certain ones overlap with regular missions, and those which have already been completed will not appear. So we have beginner missions now, we have real-time arena coming, and VultiLR all dropping literally tonight. Tell me down below how you guys are feeling about this update. Like I said, I think this is one of the biggest updates that Grand Summoners Global has ever had in its history. I think the next big update for this will probably be something like the Super Awakening system finally coming out. That's gonna be it for this video, man. Thank you all again for coming out. It's been your boy P. Depending on how RTA is, we may do some crazy stuff. We may do some community events and everything while this is active, and try to really, go crazy with it. Maybe even do a tournament or something. We'll have to see. I have to see if Sleepy wants to do it or not. Either way, that's gonna be it for this one. Thank you all again for coming out, and last but not least, you guys already know, don't forget to drink water.
It is currently raining while I am recording. Wow. Okay. So before we get to the video, so Elden Ring update has came out. I haven't got to play it yet. I got on Elden Ring, but I haven't touched like the PvP update or anything like that. You're gonna at least see one video from me doing that and everything. So hopefully I get to play that sooner or later. If I don't post it, it's just because I don't want to. Choo Choo Charles came out yesterday. I've been absolutely waiting for that game to come out and everything like that. If you want to see me play that probably for one video or something like that, or do like a scary game and play that game every Saturday or something like that, just let me know in the comments down below. Scary game Saturday maybe. So today we're on Grand Summoners. I'm going to tell you guys one unit from each element that is my favorite unit. It has nothing to do with the unit being overpowered. Simply, I like this unit. Maybe like with stats it comes into play, of course, but art design, looks, how the character looks, of course, how the character plays, equipment slots and everything like that. Or do I just want to like this character? Okay, we have a lot of characters here. This is pretty easy for me just because I always talk about this character and everything like that. It's Gerald. It's literally Gerald. Like, this character is one of my favorite tanks in the game. I just got this level 4 on him because I have not been grinding like Crest Palaces. So like the Crest Palace videos, that's actually me playing because I do not play. I mostly play this game whenever I'm recording, and that's pretty much it. Animations will play into like the part of like me liking the character. Like I just got Hal. That probably is like up on my list. Hal and Yo probably up on my list would be like favorite fire characters and everything like that. But Gerald is just a homie. He's just that guy. Look at the True Arts, bro. He's just that guy. Look at the boy. Berwick is definitely cool too. So going into water now. This one's very hard for me because there's 3 units that I just simply dislike. Veronica right here, definitely the homie, crazy amount of damage. Rimuru right here, only character that I have a 4+ on. And Gray, definitely physical character, definitely crazy amount of damage. This guy is amazing. There's other characters I just haven't got to use like for very long, so that's probably why I wouldn't pick them. Like Weaver's cool, Nice is cool, even Essence Sar. Like I think it's Rimuru just because I have used this character so much, even though I'm tired of that. I was so tired of this collab and everything coming through, but like, how long it stayed and everything when the first time it came. But I am definitely excited about this character. I like this character. Definitely good cleanser and everything like that. I use this character like a lot. I used to use this character like a lot. Earth, this one's easy. I've been using this character so much. Deadmaster, been using this character so much. Y'all thought I was gonna say Ash Toto, was y'all thought? Well, no, but Deadmaster and everything like that. Yeah, this character, amazing. Crazy amounts of damage and everything like that. If you don't have Simon, this is like a good replacement for Simon and everything like that. If she had 100% accuracy up, that 100% accuracy on this character would be nasty. So like Earth and Light is like pretty easy because like Victor, I mean, not really much to say about this character. One of my favorite light units. I made so many videos over this unit right here. I mean, this is by far my favorite light character. If I had Emperor longer, it would probably be him, to be honest. But no, see, this animation was the True Arts animation. Like the True Arts animation, she's just like, she goes up, blows the horn, everything. I mean, it's cool. Like, it's cool. If she had a support slot, crazy. Now, my favorite unit from the dark units. Now, one would say it would be Nui or Ash. We all know how many videos I made over this character, Baku. Like, he's on me, man. Like, this is the guy. Like, until I like really started using him, that's when I really started liking him. Like, this character is awesome. This character is cool. I wish they would have done more on the True Art animation. Like, they went all out with the attack, skill, arts. They did their thing. But with the whole ingesting the ally, I wish they would have came back, ingested the ally. You physically see that on screen. Then you come in, he comes back from the top right here and throws it down. I think that would have been better, but you know, that's just me. So yeah, let me know in the comments down below your favorite character from each element. It's not like a tier list video or anything like that. I'm just expressing like my favorite characters that I just like in the game and everything like that. Hit the like button, subscribe, and it's been your boy Sleepy Snake. Have a nice day and stay sleepy. 2 years. Okay, hold on. 2 years I have waited for R2A. 2 years I have waited for R2A. What, dude? Come on. 2 years I have waited for R2A to come out to Grand Summoners. Real-time PvP, real-time arena. I have waited for it to come to Grand Summoners, and it's finally here. I appreciate the dev. You know what it's time for it. Everybody hit that like button and subscribe. I know some people want to see full tank teams and all this other stuff. You have any team or any unit that you want me to use or do a video over, let me know in the comments down below. It's time to get straight into the video. Hit that like button and subscribe. Let's go. Dude, I waited for so long for this, dude. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to expect. I don't know. Oh my gosh, this is find a room. Who cares? Can't go wrong with this. Absolutely my favorite tank in the game right now is Gerald, and we're going to be using him in PvP here today. Don't know what is this team comp. I just put something on, and yeah, let's go. Okay, pretty interesting room. I'm going to ready up. Dude, I am scared right now. Dude, let's go, dude. I am... Oh, over here, Gerald versus Gerald? Imagine. Okay, dude. Okay, oh, hold up, they have Dark Carto. I did not see that. What the world? I just True Arted with... Okay, the amount of damage that's going on right now. Okay, come on, hold up. We're here, we're still here, we're still here to flip. Talk to me. Let's go. How many thought that it would come out here with a little nuke team? Huh? You really thought you I'm telling y'all, bro, anybody that wants it, hit me up. Let me know. Let me know what's going on. Anybody that wants it, hit me up. All right, we got Hal in here. Let's try this with Hal. Oh, I forgot all these characters that I got level 4s on recently. I actually need to like do the what's it called, get a different crest on them and everything like that, just because I haven't changed it yet for the level 4 crest, so I have to use the little gems and everything. So let's see how that goes. I didn't even read the rules. Oh god. Yo, let's go. See, they got Duran. Okay, we gotta be smart with this. Do that. Oh, okay, Duran True Arted. That's fine though. All right, now we're gonna True Art now. Okay, let that go off for a minute. I am getting some frame rates. I am dropping frames. Oh my gosh, Imp is about to die. Okay, hold up. And oh wait, they're going. Hold up. hold up. What was you doing, my guy? Is there GG's? Yeah, GG's, bro. GG's. All right, GG's. Gotta be respectable in this thing, okay? Hal went crazy. Let me find out how Gerald's a good duo. Yo, we gotta bring Deadmaster in this thing, right? Gotta bring Deadmaster in this. We have to bring Deadmaster in this thing. We have somebody with a room right here. Let's see how this goes. I'm ready. Starting RGH 200, recover him to get. Okay, so all right, make sure you read the rules, guys, because you know some people can have this stuff on because the first guy equipment was like already halfway, then the other person, we know we already had the equipment to use and everything like that. So they got Gerald too. All right, okay. Let's see how this goes. Wow, wow. I wasn't expecting you to go in Schwartz like that. Hold up, bro. Chill. Gerald's about to die. No. Nuh-uh. Not today. No. Come on, Sylph. Come on. Oh my god. Okay, no. We gotta art with Hal just to get Sylph. Ooh, we might be taking an L in this one. Big L's. GG's for sure. That's the case, I might as well just bring in 3 damage dealers, right? And just do crazy amount of damage, like starting off, right? I probably should have switched up the team just a little bit, but yeah, we're gonna keep Gerald in here just because he's that guy. And yeah, Vox, did you a breaker? Okay, all right, nice, interesting. I like how the rules are set up with him starting off no art gauge. See what these guys can do. Boom. Yup. You see, I don't want to art with Imp already. I want to save it just because I don't know how I feel. He's arting with everybody, but we have art with Gerald. Let's go. Come on. We can come back from this. We definitely can. We can come back for this. Come on. He's arting again. Oh my gosh, dude. Stop arting. Hold up. We get that art with Syphilet. I think we'll be fine. Yep. We're good. This is us. I can art with him. This is us. Wait, what? Oh, the time. I didn't even notice the time, but you know, hey, I guess since we have more HP, of course we won and everything like that. So GG's right there. I will bring in Yo and this replace Syphilet with Yo. Oh, this person knows me. So shout out to this person that recognized me. You know, that doesn't happen all the time. So that was pretty cool. I like that guy. I like the rules that he set up. I like that. Let's go into this next match. We'll probably end it off right here, dude. That was great. Dude. So, okay, everybody's running this Mikey and Draken setup. Like, I don't like this at all. Like, that Mikey and Draken setup, nasty. That's a nasty combo so far. If I can find a way to, like, nerf that, probably with the freeze comp that I was talking about running and everything, find a way to nerf that. Yeah, I'm gonna have that down pack, my guy. Don't worry. I don't want to art with Emperor. I want to get this true art off. No, I want to get this. Oh my gosh, there's no way. Yeah, we're gonna lose this one, but you know, it is what it is. I did not mean to art with Emperor, but yeah, we're gonna lose this one for sure. Oh man, we could probably come back from this from Imp art, but you know, and we won. I was not expecting that. Wow, GG's, bro. GG's. Oh my gosh, dude, I'm having so much fun. Let me know what you think about real-time PvP, real-time arena, RTA in the comments down below. A lot of RTA videos are about to come. Stay sleepy.
Second video back on the channel. If you guys don't know, the channel was hacked for like a week or so, but you know, we have it back. If you haven't seen that video yet, go check that out. I posted that pretty much yesterday. But today I thought it would be fun if we actually went and saw the newest live stream that happened about 15 hours ago, which this one, you guys don't know, they announced a new crossover, and I've been pretty much staying blind for the most part. I haven't seen anything. I do kind of already know what it is, though. I will say that I do know what it is, but I don't know if they showed anything extra, which is what we're going to be doing today. You guys seem to really like this type of content, so I want to bring it to you guys and make sure, you know, we have some fun with it. Oh, what the heck, they're at a whole different location now. What is this? And their camera sucks. The good news is, since this was already streamed, I can kind of just skip around to what we want to see, right? All right, here we go. There it is, boys. Overlord is the next crossover, which is crazy. It's actually wild that they finally are doing this. If you guys don't know, a long time ago, I'm gonna actually pause the thing right here. A long time ago, like back in, oh, what was it, 3-4 years ago, GS did a voting poll on their Twitter to say like, okay, what was the next crossover to come out to Grand Summoners? And I think on that voting poll, the ones that won or the ones that were at the top three, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, was like, these aren't in any order, by the way. These are just like what I remember being the top. JoJo, Overlord. There was one more, which might have been Shield Hero or ReZero or something like that. It was one more that was there too that I think we actually did get one of them, but we didn't get the other two like ever. So it's wild that finally, after people have been requesting this for so long, that it's actually finally happening in the game. And here is their animations. There was some artwork plus animations right there. Also, I do want to say that I think all these characters are actually super awoken, which is kind of crazy. That's the boy Ainz. Is that what his name is? Yeah, Ainz. I haven't ever watched Overlord myself. I think it's a isekai, if I'm not mistaken, right? But they look really good, to be honest. I really like how they're looking. I really like how the artwork is. And I'm curious to see how they're going to handle this since they are all super awoken. But yeah, they're what is that? 100 free summons? Is that what that says? I'm pretty sure that's like for new players only though. So the JP version is going to be getting part 1 tickets and part 2 tickets. Is that what that is? Or is those, wait, those raid tickets? What is that? Okay, the red on that is different. Is that maybe just symbolizing part 1 or whatever? I really like this artwork too of Ainz right here. I really vibe with this. And there is the boy Ainz. Now this is his 5-star art or his awoken art. Like I said, these characters are all super awoken. Don't know how they're going to be handling the first super awoken crossover, but all of them are super awoken. So here's his regular awoken art, and then if you see right here, this is his super awoken art, which I like this. I like it, but I wish that we could also do this because I like just, you know, him sitting in his throne pretty much. His huge... What even is this? I was gonna say a chalice, but staff, maybe? Then here is this girl. I think, is she Albedo? Is that what her name is? And then this is actually her super awoken art, which completely changes the character's artwork. I've never seen this done before. I'm assuming this is something that she does in the anime. Also, mind you, these are 2 dark units from this crossover. This is a dark unit, and also Ainz himself is a dark unit. If I'm just judging off of, you know, the effects and everything, the colors, usually purple symbolizes dark in GS. And here's this girl. She looks really cool too. She actually looks really different in her 5-star art. Or let me see where it's at. Right here, her awoken. Oh, wait, they barely show it. They show it for like 2 seconds. What the? So this is her regular awoken art. Looks nice. You know, the super awoken art, which I personally like this a lot more. I like the dogs coming out on the side. I like that a lot. I usually like whenever they incorporate a lot more stuff into the artwork apart from just the character itself. And this is the last character right here. Got some lightning going on. If I had to guess, this is a water unit based on just the lightning, or it could be a light unit because you have like these yellow whirls going around her. The lightning makes me think that she is a water unit, but it could be light as well. I have to check in just a second. And then here, yeah, we have the moon in the background. That's really cool. I like that a lot with like the clouds, kind of the clouds with the moon and then the light. Yeah, this could either be a water or light unit, or possibly both. It could be a character with dual elements, not like an actual dual element unit, but like, you know, kind of like Freed and all them where they do light and dark damage. This could be a light and water unit, which is very unique if it is. And here's how they're separating the banners. And god damn, we got 2 banners in total here. We have 50%. I don't know what that means. And then we have this right here. So it seems like the first banner is going to be running from the 19th to the 17th, maybe. The second banner is going to be running from the 1st to the 17th as well. And then we have an 11th to the 17th banner right here too. I also heard that there's going to be individual banners, but I'm not for sure how that's going to work. But I wonder what the like rate is going to be for this, because if everybody's super awoken, they really got to like step it up. Also, this is the first time that there's ever going to be 2 super awoken characters on a banner in GS history. Another 5-star support, a 5-star magic, and a 4-star support. And then we have this stuff too. 4-star defense, 5-star defense, 5-star physical, and a 4-star physical, 5-star magic, and a 5-star magic as well. 2 5-star supports here and a 4-star magic. Dang, a lot of equips coming this time. And then here's all the stickers as well. Oh, that looks nice. I like these stickers. They look cool. Here's this. I don't know what this is. I saw this in the trailer, the Max 100. What is this? Is this multiplayer reset bonus or... what's the deal here? But yeah, if we head on over to Japanese news over here, we'll be able to see everything that's going to be happening. So there you see Overlord is coming. It'll be dropping on the 19th of December. So literally in a few days for you guys to play JP. Got the boy Ainz here. Like I said, his 5-star super awoken art right here. Looks really cool. Very curious to see what type of character he is. If he's a nuker or just a damage dealer or an attacker. Like what they're going to be doing with him. I was right. This is actually Albedo. Really like the regular awoken art. The super awoken art is cool too, but I personally would go for this awoken art. Definitely not for any reason though. We have the next character, which is Shaltir. Is that really how you say that? I don't feel like that's how you say that. And we have the last character, which is Narburl. These are some weird ass names. I just want to say that right now. I really like her. I think she might have my favorite artwork from this collab, though. I really like the moon in the background and everything. There will also be individual step-up banners released as well. Oh, so this is what the last thing is at the bottom. So individual step-up banners, I'm assuming that would mean that if you are a paying player, there's going to be, like it says, individuals for each of these characters coming out. This is similar to what Bleach Brave Souls does for characters. After they release like their actual banner, they release individual banners as well. I'm also curious to see, like, are there going to be other units featured on these banners, or is it only these two with rate ups? Because as you see here, it says 2 and then rate up. Is there only those 2 characters on the banner, or is there more? If it's only those 2, then that's amazing. That's really great, because Super Awoken characters do have higher rates anyway. But literally, that's amazing if it is, because if you wind up getting a featured unit, you're going to be getting one of the new characters no matter what. We have the stickers, if you guys didn't see them before. Really like this Ainz one on the bottom left here. Countdown login bonus, some ticket summons here. And then what is this? These 100. Get up to 100 collaboration unit tickets, as well as lots of collaboration equipment tickets throughout the collab's runtime. Have we ever had collab equip tickets before? I feel like we have, but it seems like we're going to be able to get 100 unit tickets. So 100 summons for free that you're able to do on the collab banner. Even though these aren't like rate up or guaranteed or anything, that's still really good. And that's pretty much it, right? That's actually pretty cool. To be honest, I want to see more gameplay of them. I really want to see what their kits are and how broken they might be, because one character or one thing that hasn't happened yet on the global, not global, my bad, on the Japanese side of the game is that we haven't got a OP Super Awoken support unit. So I'm wondering if Overlord is going to be the crossover to bring that in, or to usher that in. And if that's the case, that's going to be crazy. But I know a lot of you guys are going to be happy about this. Like I said, this is a long awaited crossover. But hey, whenever it comes to global, you guys know we're gonna be going crazy on it. All my Japanese players out there, I wish all you boys and gals the best of luck. If you summon on any of these banners, hopefully you get them all. And yeah, that's gonna be it for this video, man. Thank you all for coming out. This has been your boy P. And last but not least, you guys already know, don't forget to drink water. Negotiation
あと少しだ。あと少しで。この力、好きに使え。俺は俺で、お前を利用
アシストペイン。道を外れし者よ。その先は奈落だ。アドバンストバースト。破滅をもたらす者よ。フォースドバンブレイス。目を閉じて祈れ。俺が裁きだ。そんな顔するな。じきに俺も行く。バレット。そばにいてほしいなんて望んじゃいなかった。ただもう一度あの日のように笑ってほしかった。本当はそれだけだったんだ。
What's up, guys, and welcome to the second official gameplay showcase for Hogwarts Legacy. I don't want to be dramatic, but I legitimately feel like a large part of my life has led up to this game. I'm so excited. I haven't been this excited about a game in a long time. Been a Potterhead since I was a wee lad. Very excited to explore the castle, the grounds, the forest, and everything else. Everything that this game has to offer. Looks fantastic so far. We're going to get some more gameplay today, so get a snack, chill out. I think we've got about 30 minutes, and we're going to watch it together. It's going to be great.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Hogwarts Legacy Gameplay Showcase. I'm Chandler Wood, Community Manager here at Avalanche Software, and I'm honored to introduce you to our panel today. First up, we have community guest host, Ben Snow.
Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. Thank you so much for having me.
And from the
Gotta love that
team,
passion.
we have game director Alan Tu.
Hello, everybody.
And systems designer Mackenzie Toner.
Hi.
And finally, just off screen capturing gameplay for us, Andrew Corum. Today we'll be giving you a taste of the open world via Broomflight, a deeper look at combat using the Dark Arts Battle Arena, and a look at your personalizable home within Hogwarts, the Room of Requirement, where we may even see some beasts.
Dark Arts Battle
right where we
Arena?
left off in our last gameplay showcase, just outside Hogwarts, which I love that we can You can walk out of the castle after walking through everything and then just come out here and take off on your broom out into the open world. And Alan, I know that's something that you particularly like about Hogwarts Legacy too.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of just being able to hop on the broom and go anywhere. There's something about kind of like the sensation of everything being open to you, and just I love the proximity that I can get to things. I love flying close to the ground, and I kind of wanted to talk about it just because I feel like you know, the brooms are fun for me, not just because of all those feelings of exhilaration, but because they're not just I have a broom and it's done. I actually kind of like some of the mechanics in it. So you see in the lower right, there's a meter there, and occasionally as Andrew's kind of flying up or flying down, you might notice it draining or not. And this isn't the present day where all the broom technology is well known and advanced and everything that we know and love. This is an earlier time where they're still trying to figure out, you know, we're not at the 3000 yet, we're at the we're at the 11. So,
The Nimbus 11.
I'm just so speechless right now because this is just so beautiful. The world just looks so. By the way, the broom, is that like the only one, or can you like upgrade that broom to go faster?
Yeah, so we have a shop in Hogsmeade, actually a broom shop. And so that sells a variety of different brooms. And it was important to us that the player could customize themselves based on their own aesthetic. So they're purely cosmetic, but if you talk to the shopkeep and help him out, he'll actually sell upgrades.
Yeah, and those upgrades will make it so that where normally the broom, you can only fly, you can only go at max speed. It's kind of like a turbo meter down there. You can only go at max speed without the meter going down, kind of closer to the ground. And as you raise into the air, you'll notice the meter drop. And so those upgrades will allow you to increase that distance from the ground. And the broom owner at the sporting goods store in Hogsmeade is trying to perfect the broom and get better at it and know it better. And you can participate that and get better and better brooms through that.
And
So you could buy upgrades to your broom, but all brooms are
encourages you to
made the
actually
same.
explore the world and kind of stay close to the ground. It's not just a travel mechanic, point A to point B. You're not just flying high over everything, although it is beautiful, something I really love doing, but as well, there's lots to explore on the ground, and so kind of keeping you down at the ground level.
And to me, it feels like it's got this kind of surfing vibe over the.
Oh my God, like I'm just like, I want to snatch the controller from Andrew right now because I want to go to the mountaintop, I'm going to the forest.
Dude, look how big it is out here.
I don't know, that's.
We're so far from the castle.
No, it's awesome.
Look how far away that is.
So we're actually gonna land here, and I feel like that you call it a hamlet is just perfect, just because that's what we refer to it as. And so we all know from lore that Hogsmeade is the only all wizarding village within Britain, but we wanted other opportunities to kind of meet other characters out here and to kind of populate the landscape, so it's not just kind of, you know, barren as you leave out this direction and that direction. And so we just imagine these different dwellings, these different smaller locations that wizards might live in out in the Scottish Highlands. And so it's those, and so we refer to those as hamlets, and they're opportunities to learn those wizard stories, how those different locations have kind of like learned to live, what their relationships are with characters at Hogsmeade and Hogwarts. And so they're both quest opportunities out here and a chance to kind of get to know more of the area, even beyond Hogwarts and Hogsmeade that we've already experienced. And you also notice on the mini-map, like lots of little icons, and each one of those represent gameplay in the hamlets that you can participate in, you know, whether it's a vendor or different puzzles and challenges or different secrets that exist. Each one of those icons are different opportunities for gameplay. And you'll notice that same thing as we venture out into the open world as well. So when you go
There's
into the open
tons
world
of life
and
outside of
see those
Hogwarts.
icons, whether they're on the mini-map or on your map or off in the distance, those things are opportunities to say, like, I want to increase my inventory capacity. They're puzzles left behind by old wizards, you know, that you can solve that actually grant you those. If you see ruins off in the distance and you visit them, you might find opportunities to actually expand and learn about your ancient magic. And as you kind of encounter different enemies dotted on the landscape, sometimes those characters, poachers or dark wizards, might be
Have a butterbeer?
reporting different magical resources that are valuable to you as you're playing the game. So each one has kind of like a way to connect to our gameplay loops and provide different opportunities that just kind of reward you for poking around.
I mean, I ran away
This
when I
jacket's
wanted to
sick.
cover all of those points on the map just by going over there.
Well, we've flown on a broom already, but there is something that we haven't done so far, and that is getting on our flying mount. We're gonna hop on our Onyx Hippogriff here. The Onyx Hippogriff is our pre-order bonus.
Oh my god, there he just like pops out of
Oh, you
the bag.
like
but
Newt, you
can
pull
use
it out of
as
the
a
bag.
horsey? I mean, a horse. I mean, that is a horse.
Yeah, as a hippogriff, you can totally ride it like a ground mount, and you can lift off into the air. And we tried to make sure that each of those interactions, so the broom's really good at reaching that.
Ooh,
top
enemies
speed,
down there.
At kind of traveling the world as quickly as possible. But sometimes it's really nice to get on the hippogriff because of that ground speed or those transitions. And sometimes it just feels amazing just to be riding around on a hippogriff.
Dude, look at all these like
It's-
forests you
it
can go
really is kinda
explore.
like, I don't know, it's a great feeling.
Hogwarts
being on it,
Express
and it's a
tra- oh,
great
no,
feeling
mine tracks.
managing those transitions, kind of going from run to fly and just being able to go wherever you want. And we tried to make sure that each one of these things that you can interact with have a unique identity and a reason for being.
Loyalist assassin enemies?
And oh my god, like I see like different like areas, like a swampy area. By the way, can you go to like entire map anywhere you go? There are regions that are like locked from you?
Yeah,
or,
as soon as you, there's kind of a moment where the world kind of opens up to you outside of Hogwarts as a student, and right from that moment, early on in the game, you can go wherever you want. And so
Look at the coat
you might
flapping
find
in the
more
wind.
difficult challenges in different areas, and you'll see different spots as Andrew's moving around, like you mentioned, the swamp. But there, we have got like a coast, and we've got different types of environments out in the world just to kind of pepper your experience, reward you for exploring, keep things fresh. All those things exist as we're moving around.
So cool. And I love that windmill. It's like so rustic. Like I keep forgetting that this is like 1800s. The Wizarding World we've never really seen before. Like it feels so authentic. Like it just.
I love his
it's part of
enthusiasm.
it.
Yeah, I love this.
You can
vista
tell the
too,
devs
and-
this is a
and
passion
I'm gonna have
project.
Andrew stop here. We're gonna use a bit of dev magic to change the seasons. Actually, I want you to see what this world looks like, covered in snow.
Yes, 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 please. I love snow.
You can really tell that there's like a labor of love behind this thing. Every time they ever post a trailer or a live stream, everyone's just so ecstatic, smiling. You can look at
This is so pretty. Like, it looks so realistic.
It's
Oh my God,
amazing.
it changes the landscape like completely. Oh my god.
Dude's
Does it
like a
have,
kid. I love it.
Actual like
That's how I feel.
gameplay impact, like impact on the gameplay, or does it like it's just the weather of Scotland?
Yeah, we use it. We really use it as a narrative marker through the game. So
Okay.
as you're progressing through your main storyline, it was important for us to kind of like have those moments that kind of felt like when you're reading the books or watching the movies, where you'll see kind of like the title card winter, and now
those
the landscape
balloons.
has changed, and you're really feeling that passage of time while you're a student, going
this game
through
is-
your year at Hogwarts. And I think we wanted to duplicate that. And for me, it's really fun that it's not just on the outside, which I agree. I think it looks really beautiful, but within the school as well. So there are moments like when it reaches certain holidays or things like that, where Hogsmeade reacts
my
to
God.
holidays, and the school reacts to holidays, and you see the decorations around those environments change.
So time is actually
So that
passing
really
as you
helps
progress
kind
through
of
the game.
make
That's
me
cool.
Feel like I'm there.
Right.
And it's not just for the seasons, those kind of vibe things. Like we have a day-night cycle, and that day-night cycle, even though similarly, like it's largely about vibe. When you go into Hogsmeade in the evening, there's less characters there. Around the school, you'll notice it kind of dies down and quiets down. Just when there's just candlelight and students kind of like as you're walking through the halls. But in that day-night cycle is where we've kind of placed a few items where, whether or not you can collect them or whether or not you can interact with them that are a little bit restricted by the day-night cycle.
So at night
And
you
I
probably do
love
some sneaking
Andrew
around in
flying
some
up
restricted
here,
areas.
really high up on the hippogriff, and we're just looking at this view of Hogwarts in the
I
distance.
love that you
It's
can
just
see it
absolutely
off in the
beautiful.
distance.
It's part of what I love most about flying around in this game, whether it's on a hippogriff or on the broom.
No, I mean, you talk about going anywhere and things that you can see in the distance, and that's one of my. I still can't get over, like, no matter, I play this so much, but I still can't get over the fact that I can see Hogwarts out there, and there's just something beautiful about knowing that all of the things inside of it, the classrooms, the students, the professors, all the places I can go, I can just fly my hippogriff, land in the courtyard, enter the front doors, and just walk, to the library, to class, or to greenhouse, or to my common room. That it's all contiguous and just kind of like one space is still exciting to me after all this.
I mean, I'm just
The fact that
I'm
there's no loading
speechless right now.
screens.
Just absolutely.
There's no
gorgeous.
cutoffs. There's no
As much
anything.
as
It's
we want to
just
spend a lot more time.
mean,
out
most
here
games
just
have that
flying
nowadays, but-
around, experiencing the world.
no doors
I
you walk
think
through. You
this is
just
a great opportunity to switch
walk
over
through
to
them. There's not
combat.
like a
And last
cut.
time we gave you kind of an intro to combat. This time we're going to really go a lot more of a deep dive on using the Dark Arts Battle Arena, which is part of our deluxe edition.
the Dark
All right,
Arts
Andrew's got
Battle
us in the
Arena.
Forbidden Forest, which is where the Dark Arts Battle Arena is, which is part of the Deluxe and Digital Deluxe Edition. I love the way that the Dark Arts Battle Arena is actually part of the world. It's integrated into the world, so your experience is more immersive than just choosing an option from,
This is
from
Dark
the main menu
Arts.
of the game or something like
A
that.
reason to go to the Forbidden Forest.
Exactly. Well, there are many reasons to go to the Forbidden Forest, but he's also wearing the Dark Arts cosmetic set, and here he's pulling out the Thestral, which is
You could have
part
a
of that Dark Arts
Thestral.
pack from the Deluxe and Digital Deluxe Edition.
We
So we're
just
going
watched
full,
5
full
last
Dark
night.
Arts here.
That's good. That's what I like doing. That.
But I like this this battle arena. It is a great place to show off really combat in a big way because it unlocks some interesting abilities for you and allows you to really play around with combat in a deep way.
And is this like the only arena
This is
like this in
freaky.
the game where you can like practice? And
Yeah,
do-
so in the base game we have 2 combat arenas normally, and so everyone has access to those. And each of the combat arenas are an opportunity to kind of just go through a difficult combat challenge, fight through multiple waves, in order to earn a different cosmetic for your character and add that to your collection. In the case of that's no different than the Dark Arts Battle Arena. That's also true, the combat arena. But one of the things that we're excited about in the Dark Arts Battle Arena that people can do is
You can use the
is you come
unforgivable
in
curses.
preloaded with different abilities. So the unforgivable curses are something that everyone's going to have access to. through the
Oh
base game
my
and going to be able
goodness,
to earn,
dude.
And they can make choices in order to kind of like add that to their repertoire, and they can also commit to that down with certain talents and things like that. When you play the Dark Arts Combat Arena, you actually have access to all those things as kind of like a way to test them all. And so it's a chance to kind of like tour and play with the Dark Arts and decide whether or not that is a path that you kind of want to go down. But yeah, everyone has the same ability to explore the Dark Arts. This is just kind of like a way of previewing.
And again,
So this is
great
just a
place
testing
for us
ground,
to
basically.
show off combat in general.
See
so I
what you
think we're
actually want to
gonna
use in the main game.
Jump in here. Andrew's gonna start battling, and we can start talking about
Oh
everything
my
you're seeing on the
goodness,
screen.
dude.
all right.
Avada Kedavra!
The Kedavra's right away. Oh my god.
We're starting. off
Crucio!
strong.
Oh my god.
Strong.
Was that Crucio? Oh my god. That's so cool.
Yeah, so that you'll notice right away, like when we used Avada Kedavra, that guy's health bar went from instant to 0, and we really are trying to honor the way Avada Kedavra works in the game, even in some.
So
pretty
it really
extreme
is a one-hit kill?
situations. You'll notice that like the meter takes up a lot longer to
Yeah, a little
kind of
cooldown.
build up as a way to kind of deal with its extreme power, just so that it's still
That's the
fun
balance,
to use.
okay.
And then there's some ways that we'll probably talk about to adjust that. But I don't
How do you
know,
balance
I
a
don't know if there's
one-shot
things on the
automatic
screen
kill,
that
you
just
know?
have questions about.
Well, like
That's one
I
way.
see like little blue things popping from
Yeah.
the enemies. Also, before like that sign, well, it's like so in the community we call it the ancient magic sign. I don't know if that's how it's called
Yeah.
in the game.
So the community is astute. So on the development side and in player facing in the game, we reference that as
That was Imperio right there.
Oh, so it is ancient.
He's gonna use
magic.
Avada Kedavra here, I think.
So as your abilities in the game keep growing and you become exposed to some of the secrets about your own kind of mystery and your own abilities, you start unlocking new powers. So one of those powers, you'll see the R1 button appearing throughout the game. That's an ancient magic throw, we call it, that allows you to kind of like draw an object to you and throw it at
React
an
with
enemy.
the environment around you.
But whenever you see the R1 or the L1 plus R1 appear over somebody's head, that's an ability to cast a very devastating and powerful ancient magic spell.
It's like a
to do
finisher.
a ton of damage against the character.
I see.
And the way that manifests itself depends on the type of enemy that you're fighting. And you'll
Use
see
it.
a wide variety of enemies in here that are pressuring the player in different ways. You'll notice there's abilities that kind of bubble up under the player as he's fighting that force him to move. And there's different ways that we want the player to kind of move around on the battlefield. And that's actually a good link to the ancient magic meter in general. And the reason why I say that is because as you're doing different things in combat, you're Cortegoing and you're doing different abilities, and you can kind of spec into it with your talents. There are different ways to get that meter to build faster and faster. But one of the most effective base ways to build up that meter fast, that way you can launch these devastating attacks whenever you want to, is to actually perform combos. So you see that
Combos are the big
combo
thing.
appearing, and it's almost like your
Block
emotions are
effectively.
building up, and then basically that builds up enough that you can attack someone. But as the combo meter builds up, at some point you strike someone and a piece of their magic kind of falls out of them. You'll see the blue orbs in the game world, and there's something that only you can see in the
Oh, right there on the
narrative
right.
world. And it's another reason to move around on the battlefield. If you can go up and collect those things and suck them in, they give big jumps to that ancient magic meter as we're playing.
We're
So
talking a lot
the
about,
combat's
about
very
spells and magic here, but I
deep.
think there's another huge component of combat, and that is the
Got our
the
L1R
tools
one
that
again.
You can bring to combat as well to kind of change the way you play, and I think Mackenzie
There it is.
knows a lot about what's going on with the plants and potions.
And so the tools are really interesting because they're basically like a prior investment. So you can bring the potions and the plants that you grow in the Room of Requirement to combat to essentially kind of help you defeat enemies a lot quicker and more efficiently. So some of the tools that you'll see here are like the rock skin potion. So that is something that basically covers your skin in this like rocky material
Improves
that
your defense?
reduces the incoming damage that you're receiving. So against big enemies, hard-hitting enemies like trolls, that's super helpful.
Double trolls?
Oh my god, he's just destroying. The
Avada
troll just collapsed from one of the Kedavra.
Obviously, we have the Wiggenweld potion as well, which increases your health. And then we
Dude, the
have
rock
focus
skid actually
potion.
turns
so
you
when
into
Alan
rock.
talks about having to balance Avada Kedavra with a long cooldown, because obviously it's an instant kill, one thing that you could do is brew a focus potion, and that will increase how quickly your cooldowns.
It's gonna come back
regain.
quicker, and we
Right.
can use it on this troll again.
There's just so much like versatility, like in what the character
Right
is
now.
doing to the troll right now.
Do it.
Like he's just bouncing around the arena. He's like not, and the troll makes him move around too. Looks like.
And I love that our plants are violent.
Yes, and so that's like when we're talking about the setup of the arena. You also have plants that you can fight with, and so we have things like the venomous tentacula that you can put down, and it acts like a turret, and it just kind of shoots enemies around the battlefield.
That is so cool. This
So
is
the
like a
combat
true,
is
like,
more than
Hufflepuff
just
and
casting
Wakefield,
spells.
bro.
Moving
The
around,
battle.
using items,
Yes.
No,
Using
that's
plants
super
to your
important, 'cause
advantage.
There were these like multiple ways, and so you can see
Timing,
there's a
blocking,
ton of different
parrying.
things you can use. The Mandrake is one, so you can pull it out and
Improving
it
your
stuns
combos.
with its like piercing cries enemies in a radius.
And another thing I want to call out that we're seeing on the side of the screen here is these dueling feats, which I love because I love anything that prompts me to play a game in a different way, a unique way. I don't want to get stuck in my style, you know? And so this is a way to, if you want to get stuck in your style, go for it. If you just want to blast people with spells, go for it. But we also want to have some things
The
over
dude
here
floating
that may
there.
make you use certain plants or certain potions or block more or
Yeah, we mentioned the field guide challenges in the prior stream, and the field guide challenges, this is the way that the field guide manifests like challenges for you to do in combat. And exactly to your point, we just wanted a way to encourage players to explore the different systems, to help
This
them
looks insane.
decide, to just kind of practice with them and explore what they want to do, because there really are so many different ways that you can push talents. When you see the green X's on characters,
That's right.
and that's kind of through your talents you can unlock this kind of cursing mechanic that sort of like links the fates of these different characters on the battlefield. That way, as you get as you're cursing different characters, they all begin sharing damage. And so we have things like Avada Kedavra, which is the insta kill. But
And it can
if
kill
you
all of them.
curse everyone before you insta kill this one guy, they can all drop dead for that.
So you could have combos that link up. What?
And so
Oh my god.
there are dark arts fantasies. There's fantasies about being more of a defense against the dark arts characters, things like that misty step that you see.
Just turn him into a chicken.
Occasionally being
Transfigured
used on
him.
the battlefield, and we can also spec into our potions and plants to make them more powerful and more efficacious. So it's
Wow,
all about which type of player you feel like you are, and whether or not you want to play with prep, on the fly, or with deliberation, and those are all different options.
That is so cool because like it's like I see so much like
They really
going
killed it
on
with
on the
this.
screen, just so much complexity.
This looks
and
so good.
I
The
wanna
combat
just
looks so fun.
try it myself, like which style works best. I mean, I feel like it's the dark arts is going to be the easiest route, but
You're
that
our
ancient
audience.
magic, to be honest, feels like much more powerful than just the dark arts.
Yeah.
To be fair.
And speaking of plants and potions, we're going to be putting the dark arts away, put those unforgivable
Aw.
curses away.
Room of
and
requirement.
heading to the Room of Requirement, which is your home within Hogwarts, a personalizable space that actually has some utility as well, where you get to brew things and grow things and also care for some beasts. All right, Andrew's got us in the Room of Requirement, wearing, we kind of went casual mode on the outfit here, wearing a nice jumper. And I think that's a good jumping off point.
Come on.
For,
Okay, we can deal
the
without those,
personalization
Jim.
of the space as well, not just your character and the visuals of your character, but actually this space is a place that you can make your own.
Oh, so you can
Yeah, it was
customize
super
the.
important to us that this space really did feel like your reflection as a wizard. So
Okay.
you can change the architecture in here.
What?
That's really
Different themes throughout,
that's how
starkly
it'd be in
different themes,
books.
to really just hammer home that this is yours.
cool. It's
Oh my
your
God,
room.
what?
It's your room of requirement.
This is beautiful. We never expected that to be. Oh my god.
That's the thing is not only can you change the architecture here, but you can actually conjure little objects into this space, as you can see. So there's like statues that you can do, and ornaments, and tables, and rugs, and just
Come
bunch
on,
of
there's a
little
whole
things that
room
really
builder
flesh
in
out the
this?
space and bring it to life.
Oh my goodness, because like we had an idea that those places where you brew stuff, that's where you can change, but you can do all of this. Where do you even get this stuff? Like, there's a furniture store.
You can move things.
Yeah, so we call them
Add, delete.
conjurations. And the conjuration recipes can be purchased at Tomes and Scrolls in Hogsmeade. But also, as you engage in different types of gameplay throughout the world, you'll be rewarded with different objects.
That's so cool. And you change color.
You can
Dude,
change
the
the
way
color,
that
you can
he's
change
flicking the
size of
wand
it,
and it's-
you can place
Whoa.
it basically anywhere.
Oh my god,
What?
he's so tiny. It's like from Baby Niffler.
You could make a whole
And I
game
love
just
how
based
the
off of that
system, too,
alone.
is designed, it's
Harry
not
Potter house
mechanical,
renovator.
It's immersive, and so you get the magical effect of conjuring it in, and you're actually doing this in the world as your character, but the way you've blended like that gameplay with
the
the
UI.
immersive, design of
That's
personalizing
incredibly.
the
Oh my
space.
god, like, and I love the animation, how it like appears, you know, like it's not just like
Are
there,
those
it's, like,
Umbridge's
it almost,
cats?
like, apparates.
It is really quite beautiful.
Throw
And that
those
was
in
the
the
thing.
fire.
We wanted that to look really nice because the magic in the wizarding world is everywhere. It's physical, it's kinetic, and it's whimsical. We really wanted to nail that whimsy in this space.
The fact that they
Another thing that I
put
wanted
this
to
much
discuss
detail
is
into
that
such a
not
small thing
only
is so
can
cool.
You like conjure things and you can change their look, but you can do that with the utility objects as well. So you can see that we have planting pots and potion stations, and you can change the look of those as well. And these are the areas where, as we had mentioned previously, you'll be growing your plants, you'll be brewing your potions.
Right,
This is
right, right, right.
unbelievable that they had this
So
much
while you're
customization.
also doing these like kind of nurturing based activities, this is also
Wow.
the space where you would bring your gear to be identified and gear to have like rates put on it, which I believe Alan can talk to.
Oh.
Yeah, we keep bringing up appearance and how it looks, and on a, like in the game you can look like anything you want to whenever you want to, but the player will be finding different types of gear that we call it as you progress through the game, and essentially we just know that clothes and different items in the wizarding world can have different magical properties. And as you explore and as you adventure, and
You
as
got
defeat
upgrades and
enemies,
traits
you're
you
gonna
can
be
add.
finding different pieces of gear that have different abilities, and that can help you in your journey and are a major part of you kind of growing as a wizard and advancing as a wizard. And so,
There's a huge list.
and not all the time. Whenever you get a new piece of gear, you don't necessarily know exactly what it does. And so there is a station inside of the Room of Requirement that you can conjure. It's one of the first things you conjure, called an identification station, where you can actually bring that gear that you're uncertain
this
about
is
and learn what
insane.
its abilities are.
Right, yeah.
It's not just telling you what
And
it is in
then
a menu.
as the
You've got to
space
go.
advances even further, and the
identify
space will eventually grow its own rooms, and you're going to get new recipes. You know, like Mackenzie's talking about, all these different things keep expanding, and as it expands, eventually you're going to earn what we see here, which is called a loom. And when you set up a loom, it's an ability to essentially customize exactly which magical properties are on your gear, and take any piece of gear and adjust its properties and to tweak what it does. And I mentioned earlier that you can make anything look like anything. The collection of appearances, we call it, or cosmetics. We've been referring to it in
Right.
this stream. Those types of things you can use, and you can apply a look to any other look. So if you get a piece of gear, you put it on, you look like that, but you can change it to look like whatever you want.
That's so cool. And like you can just put some ability to this sweater, but then you can just swap
Yeah.
that
All the
ability.
materials
Yep,
are like
and the
animal
appearances you can
skins
edit
and
whenever
furs
you
and
want in the gear screen. The
Wonder how you
loom
get
is
'em.
specifically about applying traits and applying larger upgrades that just kind of grant you greater statistical advantage or give you really specific abilities that blend in nicely with where you're trying to go with your combat fantasy or talents and things like that.
Interesting. I'm just seeing that they're just like pumpkin fur, mooncalf fur. Where does that come from?
perfect timing,
and so you'll
Trev. I
notice
promise that wasn't
the
planned.
ingredients that are used to add traits and to upgrade your gear are based around beasts. So this is where we get into the beast care section, which is inside this vivario.
Oh.
Kind of
You can
bigger
care
space on
for
the
beasts?
inside.
Oh,
idea. And so you
stop
can see
it.
here we have a couple of beasts out. We have a graphorn and a mooncalf and a niffler and a Kneasel as well.
You gotta feed
So
him and
a
stuff?
variety.
Oh my god, he's just like a big puppy.
They're
I
so
love their
cute.
cuddling. I know, oh my god, they're together. Oh, that's so cute.
They're adorable. And so part of beast care is petting them as well, but feeding them too. And so once you do those things, that's when they feel
Yes,
safe
you can
enough
pet
they
the mooncalf.
Give you their magical ingredients. So mooncalf fur, niffler fur, etc. That can then be used in your gear.
That is like so like intuitive because like you know that makes sense because when you
niffler?
touch the animals you get some
Can you
fur
pet him?
leftovers. That's so.
You can brush him.
God.
Yeah, and we really want to hammer home the fact that this is like a home that you're making for them. So in the overland, you can find these beast dens
it's so
and rescue
cute.
these beasts. Part of doing so is brushing them and feeding them food as well, and to build that relationship with your beasts. In addition to be able to care for beasts, you
Look
can
how cute he
actually conjure things in this space as well.
So this is all
The cottage.
customizable.
Yeah, right. And so we have like a lot of little ornaments in this area, and a lot of them are purely cosmetic, but they look really cool. Again, it's the personalization of this space.
Oh my goodness.
It's like you're making your own
this is
fish
like-
tank
I'm gonna
or your
spend
zoo for
8
your beasts.
hours just designing this whole area to personalize. This is like cool. It's like you have this little play area, like a personalized fish tank, so to say, just for the creatures. I love it.
Yeah, no, totally. And there's like a decoration aspect, but there's also, we were saying inside as well, is there's a
I like the wood, too.
utility aspect to it too. So as you progress in the game and you're able to purchase more conjurations, you're able to speed up your process. So one
You
of
can
them,
automate
for
it, so
example,
they-
is the food processor, which allows for the beasts in the space to automatically get feed, so you don't have to do it manually. And so you're really building the progression for yourself here. In addition, there's also a toy box where you, where you can play with your beasts.
Are you freaking
You'll see here.
kidding?
Yeah,
You
so
can get a quaffle?
there's a bunch of toys in
And
it.
play with your-
Each beast has their own favorite toys. So as you can imagine, the mooncalf really likes the moon ball, or the Kneasel as like a little cat really likes to chase the yarn ball as well.
Right.
And they're super cute.
Oh my god.
So we're gonna hit the moon ball towards the moon cap, and he's gonna get
The
stoked
big thing
about
we
it.
really wanted to hammer home is that the world is a dangerous place, and so by going and rescuing these beasts and bringing them back here and caring for them, you're really helping them out. There's poachers in the overland who hunt these beasts for their material. So instead, you're caring for them. You're giving them a home.
Dude, we played Planet Zoo. This is like Planet Zoo inside the game. Just like
gigantic.
customizing your room or requirement was like housewarming.
right now for sure.
And that's a small piece of the
You can
game.
actually name them as well. So like your dog.
So getting back into that personalization, you know, yeah, we didn't want you to just like throw in, oh, here's a graphorn in here. Like, this can be named whatever Andrew's about to name them.
Bruce. Love it.
Good name.
Shut up, Bruce.
You know, we've created this really nice space, and you can get additional vivariums, correct, to different kind of aesthetics and looks to where you're keeping
Yeah.
your beasts and caring for them.
Progression is a big part of this space as well. So as you progress through the story, you will unlock more of a Vivarium. So as you can see, this one's quite meadow themed, big, open, bright. But there's other ones, say like
The
a
mechanics
swamp
in the
that you
UI
might
is just
encounter.
insane to me.
And it's really a visual effect to and more space for your beast.
Oh, so it's like those. So when we're inside the room requirement, there's like on the left, there's that moon glow from one entrance, and then some shrubbery going on in the right. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep, that's exactly it.
Ah. Oh, you put trees in here too. Oh my goodness.
And another thing with the beast care that I think is great, you know, tying back to the same kind of thing that you did with like the broom, where the broom is not just a method of travel, it's actually built in and integrated into the world. In the same way, like beast care isn't just this added element. You're not just throwing it on top. There's really this like narrative and integration to
Everything connects. So as you progress through the missions, you'll expand the space. As you earn resources, you'll go into Hogsmeade and use them to unlock the gameplay here and unlock new conjurations and different things to play around with in the open world. It's in those different environments, like the different combat and conflicts and bandit camps and different things like that exist in the Overland. Those things are what hold recipes that exist in the Loom. So all these things have a way of connecting. Moonstone that you find out in the world is the resource that we use to conjure everything that's found throughout the world.
Including in
Forge
here.
for recipes. So really everything's like a cycle and keeps you coming back.
But even with the story that's being told too, I think people know who Poppy is and that she has a particular affinity for beasts.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything we're seeing here, you know, you're going to be venturing out into the world, and this is just kind of the tip of the iceberg, even of kind of like your interactions with beasts in that narrative. So, you know, you bringing up Poppy, there are more kind of mysteries to discover and things to discover out in the world that have to do with her and that have to do with caring for beasts. And so different characters have their own stuff that just kind of make this all just kind of the beginning of your journey.
Well, we could spend hours in here, but we're gonna have to end the stream now. What do you think about what you've seen today?
I mean,
Dude, this is incredible.
I'm just so blown away by how beautiful it looks. The open world seems so detailed, and there's so many things to do. And like the combat, we're gonna spend like 2 weeks or more just breaking it down by pieces. There's just so much to this world.
There's so much.
I'm happy you guys did this overall gameplay.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We've got more for you to discover and find on your own. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for watching. Hogwarts Legacy is available for pre-order now. It releases February 10th with 72-hour early access.
We're gonna, dude. I don't even know what to say. I'm blown away. I knew we could care for animals and stuff. I didn't know it was gonna be like this. I knew we'd have a remove requirement. We saw that in previous trailers. I didn't know it was gonna be as detailed as it was. This feels like 17 different games within one game. This is the ultimate way to experience Harry Potter. We've seen the movies. We've read the books. Is this something exciting at the end? Is that Tom? No, it wouldn't be Tom Riddle's diary. Whose diary would that be? I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, we've seen the books, we've seen the movies, we've you know, maybe seen the plays and things like that. We have played video games in the past, but we've never played a game like this. We have never been put into the universe of Harry Potter like this before. And I absolutely cannot wait. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Subscribe, drop a like. That was amazing.
There's something alien out there.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid.
Location unknown.
Transporting 35 passengers
Location unknown.
on a long-range exploratory mission. Send help. We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
I don't know where we are. I've located one survivor.
A child. The atmosphere is breathable. There's something alien out there. You need to be quiet and move. You and I are gonna get home.
Home. Family.
Ready?
Welcome to Wife Wants a Wizard. I am not a wizard, but I'm working on it. On Wednesday, December the 14th, 2022, exactly 2 months to the day before the greatest Valentine's Day of all time, Avalanche posted a brand new look at Hogwarts Legacy, featuring YouTuber and guy who played one too many games of Excitebike as a kid, Benjamin Snow, to replace James of Expecto Go fame, who clearly offended their decorum in some way and got himself banned from the building. Even though the day before we were saddened to hear that previous generation players were going to have to wait a little bit longer for the game, we marshaled our inner Brattleby and set up for a new day of dueling. Just like in their previous video, there was a panel of Avoluminaries. That's community manager and host Chandler Wood, wearing the world's classiest Snuggie. Alan too was back on set because it was distinctly possible that Benji Snow was going to ask how the game ends, and Alan is the only one in the building licensed to carry the sedative. And they roped in Beast Mistress and woman who has to rush off to her other job after this as Mrs. Claus, Mackenzie Toner. She's the reason why no one at Avalanche thinks who's been stealing the Toner jokes are funny. And then there was Andrew. Weiffelpuff and I maintain lists of 5 celebrities with whom we're allowed to cheat. Andrew has done such a good job at telling me things I'm not supposed to know that he currently ranks number 4 on my list, just above Dame Judi Dench. It is stunning how much information they gave us in one single video. We signed up for some magazines and Avalanche delivered a portable library. I will now endeavor to break down all of this information as cleanly as possible. We're going to start with just pointing out the little things in the background that you might have missed while Andrew the Great was doing his best Tony Stewart impression. I'll rerun all the icons we saw. There is, of course, the combat, which looks exactly as you would expect it to, coming out of a 16-year-old boarding school student. And then we'll wrap things up at the zoo. In the description below, I have a link to the original video. I will be quoting timestamps from that specific video on occasion, for those of you who wish to verify my claims. But here's what we're not going to cover. The Loom. I will be doing many build videos once this game comes out. The Loom has a ton of information in it concerning equipment upgrades, but we only see a small fraction of what it has to offer. Also, I have no idea whether or not +4 defense to a snowy owl scarf will actually do anything, because I don't know what that damage is mitigating yet. Is it magic damage? Is it physical damage? Is it someone get this unconscious troll off me damage? We have no idea. -4 could change your world, or it could prevent half a paper cut. Some of these say decreased damage taken from X. How much damage taken from X? Is that a percentage or a flat value? Plus, I have 60 resources, but the upgrade only costs 2. Now I'm worried that there aren't going to be any serious Sophie's Choice moments when sewing my scarf. So I'm skipping the loom in its entirety for now. Stay tuned for February. Also, remember back when you were a kid and you used to nab books from the library? Well, this is the Wizarding World. Now the library books nab you. I have no idea what this book is, and I can't read the pages when I zoom in. So we're going to have to let that be for now. Although the cover is clearly the same as the cover of the plastic book from the collector's edition. And these pages are clearly the same as this artwork we saw at 2 minutes and 59 seconds in the developer's doodle video. Just before you get sucked off by this book, 3352, you'll see there's a cup of tea you forgot to drink. As you walk up to the book, a bunch of pages fly into the thing, so I'm guessing these are the flying pages that you've been collecting along the way. Once the book activates, we can see that there is specifically a Slytherin banner behind this Slytherin student. And I'm pretty sure that's going to end up being a pensieve when all is said and done. And for those of you who are wondering where all this is going to happen, 42 seconds into the gameplay reveal trailer, I believe that this is where you're going to find this book, as, in my opinion, the windows match up. And yeah, I get it. The book is great and all, but what about this golden mask? I cannot speak about any of these things intelligently, so we're not going to talk about this book at all. As weird as it sounds, I have 0 spoilers for you, so if you saw the second gameplay showcase, then welcome aboard. Let's get rolling. To begin, really? We're just going to pretend like Boston Madsen didn't steal the Sword of Gryffindor? Alright, fine. This newest tour started off exactly where we left off during the previous tour.
Well, shit's not going according to plan. I don't have really a good enough team, I don't think. And multiplayer's out, so I'm gonna finish my meal real quick. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to come back to that one. making my head hurt. Are you on crack? This is like one of the most unfair bosses I've ever had to deal with. Totally uncalled for. Like, it's so uncalled for! Dude! Why? I'm on the wrong mission. Just kill him. Like, what the fuck, dude? It's nuts. Cool, not dead. What the fuck? This is so dumb! Alright, I need a break from this fucking shit. I'm fucking pissed. So I'm gonna check out this fucking multiplayer. Hi! Bro, how is this guy getting so many fucking rooms? The fuck's chain battle? Oh! Is that what chain is? Imagine if it. Alright, cool. What? Damn. That was so cool. My first fight. Auto dueled it. No! God damn it. It's a field effect. Dude, I wish you would tell me what these do. What's chain? Chain battle. The fuck does that mean? Hey, man.
Dual space. Shift on. Only. L delete. Key delete. Space delete. Space delete. And L key only. Please.
I'm sure that people are definitely gonna cheat with that. Auto dual only, please. Bullshit. But, wait, is there a nun? Is there a nun? Or, oops. Is there a nun? Oh no. There's only 0. Starting, equipment. Or starting gauge. I want it to be... Oh, fuck you! Alright. Ooh. I like that team. There's one problem with this team, though. Not really. I would. Oh boy. Interesting, interesting. Oh shit. That was intense. That was cool. Let's see, new team. Shit. Uh. Hmm. Bro, I can't think. I don't have any good equips for these people. Or for her, at least. All right. Oh man. That was a good team.
delete.
Let's go!
Sue. Cool. Thought. I. W delete. E delete. From. Now. On. Only. Wave. 2. Change.
Wow.
From. Now. On. You. Have. 2. Change.
Jesus Christ.
Numbers. Symbols. Question mark. You. Ange. Chain. All. If you. But. Have. 2. Change. 2 if. You.
How about that?
Best. E delete. You. And. Use. D delete. Whoever. You. Lost. I delete him. Changing it up. Completely. LOL. That is a good. Produce your best. Team and Link. LOL. In. Trying. The space they don't bait. Mask up. Why do it? Keep G. Water. Press delete. Art. 1 delete. T delete. Starts. T art a delete. Start. 100 done. space. Arc. Long.
Bro, what?
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
楽になっていいんだよ。スピリットオブファイタードライブ叶うものなどない。そこだ。俺のキスだ。そこだ。証拠無駄だ。さあ、我が手に集え。こうさてとおい我が手に集え。支配だ。喧嘩はワイズのダークワイズのグランドとはね。これほど焦るなよ。今だ。さが貫け。やるしか世界中よ。先ほど今ゴールラウンドそして命を巡る。楽に地獄なら宮北滅ぼして仕方ない。ドライ魂ごと燃えてしまえ。そんなに死にたいのか。それが俺の騎士道だ。そこへ君はさが行け。今だ。マサさんはまだ裸になる覚悟はありません。焦るなよ。ドライフルやるよ。おい我が手に集え。支配の経験ワイズ・ウント・グランド地獄なら宮北滅ぼしてこれで俺の騎士道やるしか世界中よ。咲き誇れ。魂ごと燃えてしまえ。命を巡る。今そんなに死にたいのか。さがお我が手に集え。支配の楽になっていいんだよ。スピリットオブファイヤーワイズ・ウント・グランデス叶うものなどない。勝利の栄光を少しやりすぎちゃったかな。 そんなにしんどい楽になっていいんだよスピリットオブファイヤー叶うものなら焦るなよ
大い我が手に集
大丈夫だから
支配のワイズ・イント・グランド
楽に地獄なら宮北俺でして魂が燃えてしまえ
世界中待たせたな先ほどドライコーズ世界中そして先ほど命を巡る
そんなにしんどい
そして命を巡る
大丈夫だから受けてみろ
さあ行け
それの程度か
やる世界中先ほど我が手に集え支配の帝国ワイズ・イント・グランド命を巡る
楽に大丈夫なら宮北だから滅ぼして訓練が足りん魂ごと燃えてしまえ
世界中先ほどゴーズラウンドそして命を巡るさあ行けゴーズ行け大い我が手に集え支配の帝国ワイズ・イント・グランビスゴーズラウンド
大丈夫
そして
宮北
命を巡る
魂ごと燃えてしまえ
今
そんなに死にたいな
ドライユー世界中
訓練が足りん
大い我が手に集えそして支配命
楽
を
になっ
巡る
ていいんだよスピリットオブファイヤーに
待たせたなワイズ・イント・グラン
叶うものなどない訓練が足りん大丈夫だから
下がる
楽になっていいんだよスピリットオブファイヤー叶うものなどない
どうしよう
さて訓練が足りん
世界中
楽になっていいんだよスピリットオブファイヤー
大い我が手に集えそして支配
叶う
命を
も
巡る
のなどない
ワイズ・イント・グランビスそして命を巡る
そんなに死にたいのか地獄なら宮北滅ぼしてやるよ魂を燃えてしまえ
フリーズボルコメン
さて
世界中さあ大いなる力命を降り注ぐボルコメン下がれ
楽に地獄なら宮北滅ぼしてやる魂ごと燃えてしまえ大丈夫だから
我が手に集え支配
そんなに死にたいのか
ワイズ・イント・グランビス
訓練が今やるの
さあ許し世界中先ほど
大丈夫
ラウンド
だから
そして
さてと
命を巡る
楽に地獄なら宮北滅ぼしてやる
ドライ
魂ごと燃えてしまえ
世界中先ほど大い我が手に集え支配のラウンドそして命をワイズ・イント・グランビス
焦るなよ
下がる仕方ないどうしよう仕方ないドライやるし世界中先ほどやるし世界中先ほど
楽に
私に任せて
宮北滅ぼして
無駄だゴーズラウンドそして
魂ごと燃えてしまえ
もう我が手に集え支配の帝国ワ を俺が絶対に守ってみせる。ウッドクリークドライソーラーに入って大いなる力よ。強力な種族アンノーンオリジンスだ。これでウッドクリークさあ行け。勝利の栄光僕たちの勝ちだ。
Hey guys, how about Star Wars, right? The Last Jedi was a massive box office hit, and it's a masterful movie brought to us by our Lord and Savior Rian Johnson, who, as you can tell, just can't miss. I don't care what original trilogy purists and the anti-woke brigade on Twitter have to say about it. At the end of 2017, Star Wars was in a great place. One who you would presume would be willing to die for the cause is so desperate to claw herself out of the hole she's put herself in funding it, to escape discovery and commensurate reprisals. She's terrified of them, and this is one of, if not the most stoic character that we've ever seen in Star Wars. I do actually fear for what she might be forced to do or suffer next season. Her appearances in Rogue One and Return of the Jedi have never particularly screamed, this is a woman with a vibrant family life, in order to make her the Mon Mothma that we're much more familiar with in the stories to come after Andor. I also imagine the hunt for the rebellion will find its way on Mothma's doorstep sooner than she anticipated. First, because of the Aldhani heist, but then because of the riot on Rick's Road on top of that. You've got an infuriated Empire when all is said and done here. In a lot of ways, it feels like the characters are just embarking on an adventure and joining the fight, but it also feels like the hunt is really on for their capture and elimination. It's kicked off by Marva's funeral and her pre-recorded speech, where she spurs Ferrix to fight against the Empire.
We had each other and they left us alone. We kept the trade lanes open and they left us alone. We took their money and ignored them. We kept their engines churning, and the moment they pulled away, we forgot them.
She says, which reaffirms the fact that the Empire is a corporate machine as much as it is an Orwellian dictatorship.
There is a wound that won't heal at the center of the galaxy. There is a darkness reaching like rust into everything around us. We let it grow, and now it's here.
It's foreboding. I think honestly the only reason Marva's final speech ends up feeling at all hopeful and empowering is because we know how things will ultimately end years later for the Empire. Without that knowledge, there's a sense that she's alluding to and has awakened a monster just as much as she's awakened hope and expanded the rebellion. Nemik even echoes this in a similar speech from Beyond the Grave with his manifesto, highlighting the haphazardness of rebellion.
Freedom is a pure idea. It occurs spontaneously and without instruction.
This is true, but it's also by that definition chaotic and on the verge of falling apart without structure.
The Imperial need for control is so desperate because it is so unnatural. tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks, it leaks. Authority is brittle. Oppression is the mask of fear.
That's true. It takes more effort to exercise authority in fascism than it does to let people be free. That's why we see the ISB tightening their grip against the band of civilians just gathering to mourn a beloved community figure. But fascism backed into a corner is going to lash out from a place of desperation, from a place of fear and insecurity. Do I think Marva ignited a positive movement? Abso-fucking-lutely. And the massacre that happened amidst the ensuing riot proves this in a way. Things are going to get a lot uglier before the change Marva argued for is able to take effect. When fascists are met with aggression, they panic. They get scared. They don't know what to do because their control of the situation is in disarray. And yet, again, probably because we all know how things end up, Marva's speech does ultimately remind us that rebellions aren't enacted and carried out by the saviors like Luke Skywalker. People like him come into play because of the people who lit the match and burnt their lives to make a sunrise they know they'll never see. Andor is a story not just about its titular rebel, but one about the people who make a difference, who restore freedom for the rest of us, the lives laid down to make freedom possible. The people who inspire hope in all of us, the same hope that Leia Organa will go on to plant in a three-legged droid who will go on to save the galaxy. The seed of hope that destroyed the Empire began with everyday people like those on Ferrix, who fought back, those whose names are not chanted years later by the Rebel Alliance, but to whom the latter owes an unpayable debt. In an interview with Collider, Diego Luna really puts that final scene of Andor into perspective. All this time since Aldhani, the rebellion has been trying to put Cassian down because he knows too much, and because the Empire is on the verge of capturing him and getting those secrets out of him. This is no life. Take this thing I have away from me because it means nothing unless you let me fight for freedom. There's no point of living like this. It's the moment he finds out he can be different from what everyone sees in him and what he sees, that there is a chance to transform, to evolve, and to become part of a solution. I think that's ultimately what this series means. It's the true in-depth look at the rebellion from the ground up, from the perspective of those who were on the front lines from the beginning, not just the farmers on the sand planets who happened into a couple of droids who had the key to victory hidden with them. Oh, and, who were the son of the big baddie, too. I love Star Wars. I love Luke Skywalker, the Force, and the Jedi. But Andor represents something perhaps even greater than that. I can't remember the last time Star Wars felt this textured and brimming with life. It turns what George Lucas originally wrote and directed as a spectacle-laden opera of good versus evil and goes several layers deeper to affirm that, hey, this is what the kid from Tatooine was fighting for when he flew that ship through a trench and blew up a planet-killing weapon. Andor, therefore, is the epitome of Star Wars prequels, the gold standard for how to flesh out an area we've always been familiar with, but to make it something that we feel we finally have the foundation for. And stylistically, it is really bridging the gap between the broad political themes of the prequels and the rough, gritty 70s sci-fi of the original film. It feels equally related to both sides of the divide it occupies, and yet wholly unique in its own right. And yes, it is the most Lucas that Star Wars has ever been since before Star Wars. It's all Lucas. It's his THX Orwellian pursuits integrated into the most iconic world he created, but because he's already told the larger epic stories of the Skywalkers, it's able to get back to that raw, angry punk rock side that he started out with as a filmmaker, from THX to American Graffiti, all the way to that dope-ass 60-second student film he made that changed the entire fucking playground for film school filmmaking. George Lucas was a rebel, and no other Star Wars anything captures the very essence of that the way Andor does. And as a bonus for me, this just makes Rogue One hit so much harder in many ways differently. I can't get over it, man. I love my favorite Star Wars movie more than I already did thanks to this show. Hell, maybe this is my favorite Star Wars now.
So here we are, folks, the end of Phase 4 of the MCU. And what a phase it's been. If you were to ask me to list my favorite moments from the last 16 releases, I'd have to say, So anyway, my channel being only a year old, I wasn't around for the last Black Panther film. And so I missed that chance to be called a racist for not liking a badly written piece of garbage, portraying an isolated African tribe as a bunch of spear-chucking, loincloth-wearing, monkey noise-making savages who structure their society around pre-modern ideals of governance, like having kings kick their challengers off waterfalls, and whose only route toward modernity came from the fortuitous landing in their territory of a magical meteor containing a metal so hard that their Stone Age tools couldn't possibly have put a dent in it. Yeah, you did hear that right. You are a racist for not liking a portrayal of black people as spear-chucking, monkey noise-making, loincloth-wearing militaristic savages, because the fact that we finally got to see a bunch of spear-chucking, monkey noise-making, loincloth-wearing militaristic savages leading a major Hollywood film made the original Black Panther a cultural moment. And if you aren't on board with cultural moments, you are a racist. That's how the world worked in 2018, and not much has changed since. If you dared suggest that, in fact, patronizing a whole rich continent of people in order to satisfy the segregationist wish-fulfillment fantasies of African-American intellectuals and their white lefty simps might not be a good use of the medium of film, you were also a racist. Point out that the entirety of human history shows that the most isolated peoples are the most backward regardless of what natural resources exist below their feet, because they don't have the knowledge to make use of them. Yeah, that was a pretty racist thing as well, my dude. You should probably take a long, hard look in the mirror and ask why you're so opposed to black people having their cultural moment, you evil, racist bastard you. Wakanda is a progressive beacon because while the entire continent was suffering multiple AIDS, malaria, hunger, and drought crises, they all stood around telling themselves how pure they were, while doing precisely fuck all to help anyone. And if you pointed out that you cannot simultaneously believe Wakanda's exclusively black population should be championed, while also holding to the theory that diversity is our strength, well, you get the idea. Happily for me though, we have a Black Panther 2 now out at the cinema, and it turns out that you don't even have to make criticisms of this film to be considered a racist. At least according to this fine specimen of humanity, if you're white and you go and see the film, that makes you a racist.
If you really want to prove to black people that you love us and you care about us and you are down for the cause, do not go see that movie opening weekend. You buy your ticket, you give it to a black person or a black family who can't afford to go, and then you go sit at that theater in front of the doors. You make sure that every black person in that theater can enjoy that movie in peace. You make sure that you use your body to block us from anybody who would be coming in that theater to do us harm. That is your job. You can go see it on another weekend. Go see it on the second or third weekend. But the first weekend, that's for us. To do anything other than this is anti-black.
Awkwardly, white people not going to see minority-led films is also evidence of racism, and so I guess you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. I'm a racist because a whole swath of society has decided that it is literally impossible not to be a racist, making the term entirely meaningless. This is a review of Black Panther 2, Wakandan Boogaloo, and there will be blood, and also spoilers. If you want fewer spoilers, I did a much shorter review over on my second channel. The link for that is in the description. I will now give you an appropriate and generous amount of time to go away. So the film begins with Shuri frantically trying to do some Wakanda science to save T'Challa, who is dying off screen. Because Chadwick Boseman is dead, remember? The film is almost certainly going to play on this a lot. And you might be thinking, well, rightly so. A talented young actor taken from us when he had so much to offer the world. And if that were all it was, you would be absolutely right to think that. Except that if I'm right and the film is going to turn a dead guy into marketing fertilizer, you would also be correct in thinking this a little bit exploitative. Which, given it comes from a studio that happily airbrushes black characters out of marketing material whenever it's trying to fillet the Chinese market in turn for sweet, sweet yen, and also a studio that turned that same much-missed dead guy's Twitter account into a zombie shill for its latest products, well, that's a theory with a bouquet of evidence to support it. If you are going to base a film off the tragic real-life death of a talented actor, then the only way to avoid the charge that you are monetizing cancer is to make it a very good, very heartfelt, very meaningful film. I'm not ruling out the prospect at this juncture. I'm just going to note that Thor Love and Thunder also had the rich tragedy of cancer in its setup, and it used that to create, well, Thor Love and Thunder. Shuri shouts science stuff at the computer. That's a tongue twister. Try saying it quickly. And the computer gives her small odds of success. She appears to be attempting to synthesize some version of the magical bullshit goop flower that Killmonger burned in the first film, because this will save T'Challa. Anyway, she's not having much luck, and then someone from House Velaryon turns up to inform her that her brother is with the ancestors now, and we cut to a Wakandan funeral. Is this the right moment to broach the question of recasting? Well, fuck it, why not? The obvious thing to do would have been to dedicate the film to Boseman, and perhaps then repurpose the usual Marvel intro to depict his life and his talents, much as they did when Stan Lee died. And then, in that tradition comic books have and have had forever, recast the role and proceed with the story. It being the obvious decision doesn't make it the right one, however. You would lose the value of inheritance, the poignance of the taking up of mantles, both of which, used properly, are rich material in drafting character and motive. I'm sympathetic to the argument that the focus shouldn't be on the man, but rather on the character and the symbol and the story, and so making a film so heavily reliant on his death is to miss the grander point of the continuous narrative. But I'm not devoted to that position. I think you can marry the two positions and use inheritance to emphasize stakes and story and actually do a better job. Again though, the burden is on the writers to actually do a better job, and, well, we'll come to that. The funeral is what I would describe as African kitsch, much as with a great many of the traditions depicted in the first film. I believe some research did go into the portrayal of African rituals, particularly for that first film, but it doesn't quite escape the label of kitsch, because simply borrowing the most African-looking or African-feeling of rituals still amounts to an attempt by the filmmakers to capture Africanness as its primarily American audience understands it. And this is the audience that tried for a while to tell us that Kwanzaa was a sincere expression of African roots, and that not speaking English properly was being faithful to the ancestors.
You know, it's like someone once said, it's like being a mosquito at a nudist colony. You don't know where to start.
I sometimes wonder whether Africans are as embarrassed by African Americans as the English are by white Americans, or the Irish are whenever Americans claim to be Irish. The Wakandan funeral gives us the whole smorgasbord of Africanness: drums, dances, tribal songs, and makeup. Now you might want to sit down for this, because it's going to come as a shock. I am not, myself, African, so I can't say too much about the authenticity of the get-ups, except to say that just borrowing random bits of culture from various real-life tribes and cultures is not of itself authentic, and I would be pleasantly surprised to learn that that is not what's going on here. Much of this sequence is shot in slow-mo, which, if they keep it up, will go some way toward explaining why this film clocks in at 2.5 hours. Slow-mo drums, slow-mo procession, slow-mo smiley and happy people dancing. It's a funeral, guys. You might have guessed that from the coffin. All the dancers are cheerful and chipper, all the people in the procession itself are somber and downcast. Is that an African tradition? I don't know. We also get a long, lingering shot on a poster of T'Challa, in case you were still wondering how much emphasis was going to be placed on Boseman's death in this film. The Black Panther helmet is being carried behind the coffin, and then we get a flyby by Wakandan spaceships, which again forces us to ask how and why this is such a technologically, materially, and scientifically bifurcated society. Okay, well maybe not why. It's quite clear these films want us to take home that pre-modern culture and tradition can survive modernity pretty well intact, which is the kind of bullshit you can only believe in if you are yourself a poor, foolish disciple of post-modernity. But we still have a film to review, so we'll just brush that aside. The film wants us to feel very sad about all this, and it goes some way toward achieving it, even if it falls flat for its self-indulgent longevity. But it does rather sacrifice the effect when it has the coffin beamed up by one of the spaceships, which kind of makes you wonder whether we'll get a Black Panther 3, the search for T'Challa one day. One final observation on this aspect of the film, because I don't recall seeing it remarked upon elsewhere. This is not the first time in universe T'Challa has been, for most intents and purposes, dead. He was Thanos snapped out of existence in Infinity War, and until the Hulk snapped everyone back into existence, those who were gone were presumed to be gone forever, and this should have colored T'Challa's funeral in Wakanda Forever. We all get and understand the trauma of death, of losing loved ones. Very few of us have ever had to lose the same loved one twice. While it's forgivable that Wakanda Forever should devote so much time exclusively to mourning, it does also need to exist as a film in its own right, telling and continuing a story, and to make itself a part of its grander universe. That it hasn't done that is not a unique failing. We were told way back when that Phase 4 was all about dealing with the fallout from the blip. Yet with the exceptions of The Falcon and the Winter Soldier and Spider-Man, Phase 4 has been spectacularly disinterested in the consequences of the blip. In fact, we seem to have moved on as though it had never occurred. Wakanda Forever, if it were interested in a broader exploration of grief as opposed to merely tacking on a funeral to a generic Marvel movie, would have taken this opportunity to ask or present interesting questions about the nature of grief, to look at the difference between suspected and known loss, to examine how the experience of the blip impacted their experience of T'Challa's death, perhaps suggesting that the loss of an immediate friend and loved one somehow outmatches the loss of billions of nameless faces in its pain and its poignance, and then dealing with the grief and perhaps even the guilt that would stem from such a conclusion. But this is Phase 4 of the MCU, so nah, fuck it. We have to make whales fight UFOs, so on with the plot. We do then indeed get the Chadwick-devoted opening titles, meaning everything I've said thus far has been critiquing a pre-credits scene. Better brace yourself then, folks. I think this might be a long one. We flash forward a year later when the Queen of Wakanda, Ramonda, mother of T'Challa and Shuri, has been summoned to a United Nations session where some boilerplate white bureaucrat upbraids her for Wakanda's failure to share resources and to cooperate with the wider world, as it had promised it would do at the close of the first film. Gee, I wonder if we're going to get lessons on whitey hypocrisy. Well, not immediately at least, though Ramonda does explain that Wakanda doesn't share vibranium not because of its dangerous potential, but because of, and I quote, the dangerous potential of you. How is she queen exactly? Don't lines of succession typically go either downward or laterally? T'Challa had no kids, that we know of, so wouldn't the title have automatically gone to Shuri rather than back up to his mother? Regardless who it went to, at what point can the right to succession by combat be invoked? If Killmonger had waited just a few years, could he have become king just by kicking either an old woman or a small girl off a waterfall? Does anything about Wakanda make sense? Well, no, but it's a very advanced, very civilized, and in all ways superior place, so who cares? We then cut to the Outreach Center, opened by T'Challa at the end of the first film, so I guess this one deserves props for not simply forgetting its existence. Though, and I might be wrong here, it wasn't a very memorable film. But wasn't part of the point and purpose of that center to share Wakandan resources with the world? Did that not include vibranium? If not, then what precisely could Wakanda have shared via the center, given how much of its technology is based around vibranium? If it did include vibranium, how could they possibly have controlled its usage, given a little bit of it in the wrong hands made Ultron? And yet, how is it not already in circulation, given Gollum went in and out on a whim stealing things and selling them on? And then, if they refuse to share it and they can't sell it because their technology is derived from it, what can they sell? How can they help? How can they afford the cost of helping the wider world? And if they were selling it, at what point would they have run out, given any asteroid made of so hard a metal in sufficient quantity as to provide near endless product would probably have wiped out the Earth on impact? It's almost as if Wakanda makes no fucking sense. We then flit back and forth between a military raid on said Outreach Center and Queen Ramonda scolding the United Nations for wanting to use T'Challa's death as an excuse to exploit Wakanda against its will. She even mentions that she knows rumors in their military establishments, which leaves you wondering, if you knew you couldn't trust the various nations of the world not to invade and steal your magical bullshit metal, why would you leave your Outreach Center open to attack in the first place? Ah, but then you see, it was all a ruse. It turns out the center is protected by the Dora the Explorers, and as Queenie tells the UN, now is our time to strike, the explorers duly do their striking. Michonne from The Walking Dead has a chat with Discount Michonne while they go about slicing through the soldiers, criticizing her for not having brought her spear with her. Discount Michonne tells Michonne that she prefers her laser daggers that Shuri gave her because she just does, whereupon Michonne channels Shad in giving a passionate argument for why sticks are better than guns and knives.
All mothers gave us a stick, cause it is precise, elegant, and deadly.
He got stick. Good on him, okay?
Sometime, some distance later, the Dora the Explorers bring the evil Whitey soldiers that they didn't slice into pieces into the United Nations chamber. I guess it's just been in permanent sitting for the entire duration of their trip, in order that Ramonda can threaten the United Nations with war if they try that shifty shit again. We then jump away to the Atlantic Ocean, where a ship sends some submarine scientists down to the ocean floor to inspect a drill that has, it's found some vibranium. They have a vibranium detecting machine. Lead scientist woman pointedly says it's the only one we've got, which I'm sure will be very relevant later. But you might be thinking, hold on a minute. I thought the world's sole source of vibranium was the Wakandan meteor. Now you're telling me there's more of it? How much more of it? Where? How, to begin with? If it's under the water, why hasn't James Cameron found it already? How did they build a machine capable of locating it? Who built a machine capable of locating it? Why is there only one such machine? How, given the vibranium wrecks the drill bit on their very advanced piece of machinery, did the first Wakandans manage to mine it with Stone Age tools? By the way, if you were about to answer any of these questions with, well, it's in the comics, no, fuck off and go away. The MCU and the comics universe are not the same thing. The comics are far from a reliable guide anyway, as we are about to see. These questions and their consequences will have to be accounted for by the MCU, preferably in this film. They have significant connotations, some of which we will come on to in a moment. Otherwise though, we've just invented another source of vibranium and a random one-off contrivance machine solely as an excuse for the plot to happen, and we will come back to that in a moment as well. For now, one of the underwater scientists gets distracted by a pretty jellyfish, and so misses that her colleague has just been torn off his lifeline by some unseen foe. Then she gets killed off screen. Above the waterline, just bear with me here and remember that this film is a sincere and heartfelt tribute to a much loved and dead actor. Some Aztec mermaids appear and sing the guards on the ship into committing suicide, though their song courteously holds off having its full effect long enough for main scientist woman and chief CIA man, it's a CIA ship by the way, to put in earplugs. Now, as usual, I'm going to try and make sure to compliment the film where it deserves compliments, and this scene does eerie well enough. It feels sinisterly enchanting, largely through its sound design and its lighting. It's quite well shot. Mermaids tricking sailors with song is quite a long-established characteristic. Aztecs doing it though, not a thing as far as I'm aware. Why am I calling them Aztec mermaids? Well, because Namor, the villain of this piece, to whom we are shortly to be introduced, has been race-swapped.
We need you to act like a Middle Eastern terrorist right away.
There's just one problem. I don't look Middle Eastern.
Leave that to us.
Even the Atlanteans aren't safe from the race swappers, though the motive in this case would appear to be that Marvel feared an Atlantean villain would clash too much with Aquaman. This at least has been cited by Screen Rant, as a primary reason why the race and history swap was a good idea. Though I can't help but note that if we're now in the position where Marvel is looking so fearfully over its shoulder at what DC is doing, it's because the quality chasm between these two studios has decreased rapidly in the last few years. And DC has not got very much better in that time, which should tell you all you need to know about the MC's phase-long nosedive. Anyway, the Mermen attack the ship, and head scientist woman calls in a strike team. She and chief CIA guy run away and get accosted by the Mermen, whose physical design isn't quite up to the sound design of their song. The shark-like headpiece one of them wears puts one in mind of the Flying Dutchman's crew in Pirates of the Caribbean. Otherwise, they're blue? That's their most distinctive characteristic. She shoots at one of them, And by that, I mean she really does shoot at him. She shoots at him a lot, as in she basically empties a magazine at him, or would have if her pistol didn't have unlimited ammo. She fires at any rate a good number of rounds, and he doesn't die. Armor, you might think? Well, no. He's not really wearing very much of that. Bulletproof skin then? No, it's not that either, because as she runs to the chopper, she shoots a number of them, and they do indeed, at least seem, to die. Meaning the one she was closest to, the one standing still, right in front of her, not more than a few feet away, got hit 7, 8, or even 9 times, conveniently in his little piece of armor, while all the rest of them were unlucky enough to get hit in the 85% plus of their body that wasn't covered by armor. Meaning essentially that she was aiming for the one place guaranteed not to kill him. And he looked quite an important guy, meaning her failure to kill him could end up being very important indeed. She makes it to the chopper, which takes off. Kind of lucky the pilot had just been sitting there for hours with his headphones on, otherwise he'd have got tricked into the sea by the mermen. She gets on the radio and informs someone that the mermen aren't Wakandans because they're blue. Seems a bit racist. Are you saying blue people can't be Wakandans? But I thought diversity is our strength. Incidentally, this will not be the only film featuring water-based indigenous blue people to release between now and Christmas. Wakanda Forever vies with Avatar: The Last Smurfbender for an award nobody knew existed, Best Supporting Smurf on Screen. The nominees are this guy and this guy. I don't know either of their names, and I don't care. The helicopter flies off, but the mermen use some kind of magical power that makes the helicopter crash. The camera pans away and we see one of the mermen flying. How very mysterious. Back to Wakanda, which we know before we see it because we get an African man shouting music at us, and Raymonda Valerian and Michonne fly through the cloaking shield, which for some reason is now controlled by a Wakandan drumming a tray full of water.
You serious?
It's almost as if Wakanda makes no fucking sense. Have they reactivated the cloaking device since T'Challa promised Wakanda would reveal itself to the world? Like they withheld resources and cooperation after he promised to open his country up to the global society, and then had a bitch when people pointed out that they weren't upholding their trade agreements? Well, I guess they must have. And I suppose, well, you might be able to make the cloaking device make sense given they now fear attack from the outside world again. Shuri is doing more science. She's designing new exosuits for the Wakandan army. Evidently, she's finally decided that magical cloaks and spears might not befit the army of a hyper-advanced civilization that aspires to the title of, and indeed calls itself, the most powerful nation on Earth. Queen Ramonda doesn't like Shuri's AI. She says it might wake up and take over the world, but Shuri explains that AI isn't like it is in the movies. Except, well, she knows it is. She must know that it is, because that's exactly what happened with fucking Ultron. And she doesn't have the excuse of ignorance, because it's well established that Wakanda has excellent intelligence services and has long known what goes on beyond the boundaries of its magical kingdom. This isn't a small thing, it's not a tiny technical matter. It would be mildly irritating for an MCU film to discard a minor development in a previous story, but we now seem to have reached the point where characters have entirely forgotten the events of the main Avengers films, which suggests lazy-ass writing, if nothing else. Shuri doesn't want the mantle of Black Panther. She explains that she thinks it's a relic. That said, given she was intimately involved in making and updating the suit, and given she still sees the value in suits, otherwise she'd not now be making them for the army, you might think that she of all people would see the utility in the mantle, or at least the trappings of the mantle. This, by the way, isn't a bad trope by any means. They would seem to be establishing her as the reluctant superhero. It's been done many times, but it's been done many times for a reason. It can form an important part of the hero's journey. The usual difficulty is in keeping it fresh. Wakanda Forever has gone some way toward achieving that through its setup, because it's a device bound up in the death of her brother and her failure in curing him of whatever condition he had in universe. The problem here is largely a practical one. Shuri is, as mentioned, one of the people most likely to see the utility of the Black Panther, and certainly of the suit. It's not quite enough for her to simply say the mantle is a relic. To make it accord with the character they've actually written, there would, or there will, we've still got a ways to go yet, maybe they'll do this, but there would or will have to be a more pronounced aversion to that suit in particular as the emblem of the mantle, which would be relatively easy to establish and also quite effective, necessary even, in order to ground her objection to something of massive technological potential in her character, rather than beyond it. The film wants to tell us that she has no time for tradition. It does not want to tell us that she has no time for technology. In rejecting the Black Panther suit, she is rejecting technology, whereas if it were simply tradition she was opposed to, she shouldn't have a problem taking the suit and divorcing it from the traditional mantle. In order to square this circle then, you would need to tie tradition and technology together in her own mind. We don't get that approach in this scene, alas, because we then cut away to nighttime, where she and Queen Ramonda are sitting outside in the bush by a campfire watching the elephants. They have a long conversation about T'Challa. He's dead, remember, you might not have picked up on that yet. And Queen Ramonda Valerian, first of her name, talks about a ritual she used to meet T'Challa again, something again that Shuri rejects on the grounds that she doesn't like tradition. This is another piece of the reluctant superhero trope being put into place, but I can't help but think that this might have been the moment to explore that aspect of her character described above, how tradition, technology, and her memory and sadness at the loss of her brother all link together. That is certainly what the film wants to convey. I'm just not sure it's conveyed it particularly well at this stage. Queen Ramonda's ritual involves sitting and looking at the fire and burning some ritual clothes. Shuri delivers a fairly well-crafted but somehow slightly uncanny line. She says that if she sits and looks at the fire too long, it won't just be the ritual clothes she burns, it'll be the world. And, well, it's a powerful line, but I think the film risks being a bit presumptuous. It's basing an awful lot, the entirety even, of its emotional force in the death of a real-world actor, channeled through the in-universe death of a character. The real-world death of the actor is of course a tragic thing, but these two worlds are separate. It's not easy to bleed one into the other. I'd be willing to bet a large number of the real-world audience registered Boseman's death, but didn't feel it as any kind of familial loss. It was a sad thing that did happen. For the cast and the writers, it evidently was a deep loss indeed. But you can't perfectly transpose the personal loss of people who knew and worked with Boseman into the audience's response to the death of a character off-screen. Black Panther the character was, as I said in the video on my other channel, cool enough. He had his moments. To people who bought into the first film's cultural moment and who did see him as an icon, well, yeah, sure, the character's death would have a more than usual impact, but we are still forced to remember that in the grander context, the Black Panther was a late arrival, with a sole-dedicated film that had quite particular appeal, and without a huge amount of consequential screen action, or time to engage in the relationships we're here being asked to inhabit. So sure, on an intellectual level, the audience member can understand the reactions of these characters, but the film seems not so much keen that we feel everything they feel, but rather to just assume that we do. Only if that assumption is correct can we really invest in scenes like this, or make sense of lines that sound so drastic as Shuri's about burning the world. And with all respect to the late actor, his friends, and his colleagues, I'm really not sure that our own relationship with the character is strong enough for the film's desired emotional weight to impact us as the film wants it to. The sense of loss, of an absence in the universe that followed Tony Stark's sacrifice, and it didn't need screenwriters dialing the emotion meter up to 11 to emphasize the point. Because, as the best established and generally best loved character, the franchise totem, his absence spoke for itself. T'Challa's doesn't to the same extent or in the same way. In any event, this is a Marvel film, and even a lament can't be allowed to go on too long without being interrupted by stuff. So we get a weird noise and a scared elephant, and then we're introduced to Namor, who floats out of the water on little winged shoes? Or are those wings? No, they're wings from his ankles. He has little white wings on his ankles. Much has been made of Namor's race swapping, and the race swapping of his people, and we might come back to that presently. For now, I have to point out that a not especially shapely man of not ever so imposing height, played by a not all that intense actor who emerges from the water wearing a green nappy with little white wings on his ankles, doesn't make for a particularly imposing villain at all. Curiously, and as we'll see later, he appears to have worn the green nappy since he was a child. Absolutely no change in outfit at all over the course of several centuries. He's probably got barnacles on his balls. Namor wants Wakanda's help because T'Challa revealed vibranium to the world, even though Queen Ramonda said earlier that they weren't sharing it with the world, and that led American scientists to develop the machine that detected vibranium beneath his people's domain. Ramonda says vibranium only exists in Wakanda, but Shuri points out that he's wearing it, so nah. This, of course, doesn't answer any of the questions I posed earlier, it simply invites us to ask them again. How? Where? Why? With the additional question, how is Namor here? How did he find Wakanda, given the film has shown us that it still cloaks itself even though T'Challa said that it wouldn't? How did he get through its magical bullshit security field? Is that why the film randomly decided to have its cloaking device controlled by banging a tray of water, just so this Aztec mermaid could float through it uninterrupted? Because water? Also, how did he float up to precisely this spot at precisely this time to find Ramonda and Shuri preparing to ritual trip? What if he turned up a mile away, or an hour ago? Anyway, he asks for their help in finding the American scientist who made the machine. Given this film's setup was that Ramonda in particular is keen that vibranium not get out into the wider world, you would think this point of acutely important shared interest would, well, interest her. But instead she just has a bitch about him turning up uninvited, so he threatens to invade with his massive armies. Now look, I know we're all pretty much deaf to this kind of thing by now, because we're so used to it. But this is not how people speak. This is not how people interact. This is especially not how people speak or interact if the premise of your film actually makes cooperation between these two peoples the most plausible thing to do. The goal is clearly to get Atlantis, the Aztecs, and the Wakandans fighting. But if that's your goal, you either set up the film with a direct line to that point, or else you take care to work from the existing premise to that conclusion. Simply having Freaky Fish Guy here pop up in the middle of the night and threaten to invade because the Wakandans stupidly refused to listen when he outlined their shared concern, well, that's just contrived. It's the least plausible of all possible outcomes to their brief exchange, except insofar as it's the most convenient one for the writers to take, in which case it only makes sense if you assume that the writers are shit. That is a safe assumption, but it's not really one we should have to make. Having threatened to invade them, Namor then gives them a seashell and tells them to blow into it when they have the scientist. He asks them not to tell anyone outside Wakanda about him, and then he leaves. Though when they turn around, they find that a great big old CIA machine is just sitting on the beach next to them. How did they not notice? Can he use telekinesis as well as live underwater and fly about on his winged boots? What precisely is his power set? I hesitate to say it, but they had no reason to fear people confusing Namor with Aquaman. Aquaman, actual Aquaman, makes more sense than this character, and that's really saying something because Aquaman quite proudly made very little sense. In any case, Namor seems like a very dodgy plan. Not only do these people not like you, but the CIA also knows exactly where their ship and helicopter went down. Combine the Wakandans' knowledge of you and the CIA's knowledge of the location of that vibranium, and the entire vibranium-hungry world knows who you are, where you are, and what you have. Not to mention the fact that if your goal is to have Science Girl kidnapped in order that you can remain hidden, invading a powerful sovereign nation that is at the center of the world's attention is probably the most counterproductive thing you could threaten to do, since that kind of thing is liable to be noticed. Anyway, it's worth taking note at this point, a note about Namor's goals, intentions, and methods. Intention, remain hidden. Goal, remain hidden. Method, kidnap Science Girl. It's worth noting this down now because the film will change this up several times over the next however the fuck long, and it will not acknowledge it once. The day or morning after Queen Ramonda calls the council, where M'Baku and Michonne trade insults, and then everyone has a perfunctory debate about what to do. I quite like M'Baku, by the way. He's characterful and he's humorous, and his humor actually befits his character, unlike the cut-and-paste joke-a-minute style of most MCU entries. He also refers to Namor as Fishman, which is a name I'm basically using already, and he calls Michonne a bald-headed demon, which is also quite funny. They all seem to take Freaky Fish Guy's word about his massive armies, but M'Baku, portrayed as a bit simple and boneheaded, nonetheless asks the most pertinent question. if they do what Freaky Fish Guy asks, what would stop him coming back and asking for more? But we don't get an answer to that yet, because we're back in the science lab where Michonne and Ramonda find Shuri playing about with the CIA machine, which she confirms does indeed work. It can detect vibranium. Michonne raises the "how is there more vibranium" question again. Shuri reasons that there was probably just another vibranium meteor that landed in the sea. No, that still doesn't really answer most of the important questions. And in fact, it invites yet another one. How many vibranium meteors are out there in the galaxy? Is the asteroid belt just full of them? How many have crashed on Earth over the years? If it's multiple, the odds of it remaining undiscovered shrink. Have they landed anywhere else? Does anywhere else in the galaxy now have access to vibranium? This planet now has ready access to space, and apparently a device capable of detecting vibranium. If it's just floating around out in the asteroid belt, what's to stop someone building another device? Remember though, for plot convenient reasons there's only one of them at the moment, and mining some off-planet. Vibranium proliferation has profound consequences for the galaxy, for this planet, and especially for the Wakandans. The film is ever so slightly aware of the consequences for the Wakandans, but it doesn't really seem to have truly appreciated their extent. This affects the entire existence of Wakanda, the only thing they have to their name, the only thing that makes them notable at all to the rest of the world. Well, besides rhino milk, obviously. If vibranium is found elsewhere, they are completely and utterly fucked as a nation. And yet at the moment, the only question that even occasionally occurs to someone to ask is, wait, how have we just destroyed the setup to the first floor? Wait, tell me again how there can be more vibranium? Michonne just moans that the fable she heard as a kid might now be incorrect. I think there are more important things at stake. Michonne and Shuri then bugger off to meet Bilbo Baggins with Ramonda's permission, Shuri's favorite colonizer. Bitch, please, if you'd been colonized, you would not be sticking vibranium in fucking spears. Michonne tells Bilbo that they're looking for the scientist who've built the vibranium detector, assuming from the off that he would know, which leads him to say that it was the Wakandans in the Atlantic, was it? They deny Wakandan involvement, of course. They have an argument with Bilbo, and Bilbo tells them that there's only one kid in the world capable of building the vibranium scanner thingy, which the CIA presumably just stole while leaving its inventor free and unguarded. So Michonne and Shuri go off to kidnap a girl from school. They have an argument about who is best placed to infiltrate the school and kidnap said child, because for all their complaints about colonizers and whitey pillaging ancestral African homes, the Dora the Explorers are basically the CIA with less oversight.
The Dora Milaje have jurisdiction wherever the Dora Milaje find themselves to be.
Which makes Wakanda a fucking terrifying prospect for people of all places and nations. Honestly, at this point, would you bet against the Dora the Explorers drone striking American weddings? It'd be fine though, because Black Power, because Whitey did it, because America's no better, because drone strikes, the voice of the unheard, because colonialism, because imperialism, delete as expedient. Shuri looks like a child, sounds like a child, dresses like a child, and basically is a child, so she's the one who gets to infiltrate the school. She immediately knows where Child's dorm room is, and Child immediately recognizes her as Princess of Wakanda, meaning I'm once again compelled to ask just what Wakanda's relationship with the rest of the world is. It opened up in the last film, except that it was closed again at the beginning of this one. It remains highly secretive, yet its minor royalty are immediately recognizable to American teenagers? It doesn't trust the rest of the world, yet it happily sends its secret agents to carry out often violent missions, and in this case abductions, in the rest of the world. It is simultaneously the last and only undespoiled African paradise, yet it is also incredibly limited and at the same time unlimited in its international agency. It's almost as if Wakanda makes no fucking sense. It turns out Schoolgirl, whose name is Riri Williams, didn't make the detector for the CIA, she just made it for a school project. Her professor said she'd never be able to do it, and if this film had any regard for internal consistency, the professor would have been right. How can you make a vibranium detector without access to vibranium against which to test it? How does this school even know what vibranium is, given the Wakandans don't share it and don't like talking about it? How does this schoolgirl know the first thing about the properties the machine is supposed to be detecting? But it's fine because she says she is gifted and black. You fucking go, girl. You slay, queen. We was science majors, etc. Shuri explains that the school is no longer safe for her, which, given Bilbo was talking about other nations taking an interest in her, should also have been the CIA's conclusion some time ago. So why is she still in school? Why did the CIA presumably raid the science lab to pinch the school project, but not conscript the person who built it? They must have known about her, her talents, and her potential, otherwise why would they have stolen the machine she built? They know how important the machine is, and how unique she is, and therefore how valuable she is. These motherfuckers waterboarded random goat herders for years because their last name sounded vaguely Muslim. Are you telling me they wouldn't have gone all, I'm going to extraordinarily rendition your ass, given the girl is both a national security risk and an incredibly valuable asset that they could have used to create more vibranium detectors? Well, whatever. Apparently the CIA have more regard for child welfare and territorial integrity than the Wakandans, so they just left her in school. So now the Wakandans get to nab her instead. She goes to the bathroom in a fairly transparent attempt to escape, but Michonne strolls out, stops her, and so she starts throwing crap at them in a segment the studio thought funny enough to pre-release. It's not especially funny, the acting is a little bit cringe, but it has one redeeming moment. Shuri deploys reverse psychology and tells Michonne that Riri Williams can definitely handle that merman with the winged ankles who wants to kill her, and Riri's response is a disbelieving "What?" Which is, yeah, that's basically my response to the plot of this film. Well done, Riri, you're connecting with your audience. Incidentally, the film does what a huge number of disproportionately Marvel films do in telegraphing allegiance. You and I know that the Wakandans are the good guy, and well, actually no. You and I know they're a bunch of supremacist shits, but we know the film thinks they're the good guys. We also know that Riri Williams here is supposed to be a good guy, and because we know that all these people are good, the film skips over them actually discovering that about each other, as Williams goes from being threatened by Michonne to threatening to throw something at Michonne to slagging off Michonne's non-existent haircut, which is played for laughs. Yeah, I mean, it's an MCU film, yeah, sure, okay, fine. We have to get that joke quota in, but this kind of telegraphing, this filling in the character's lack of knowledge with the audience's foreknowledge, just grates. Oh my god, you're gonna kidnap me. Lol, you have no hair, let's be friends, is not good character writing. Characters have to build relationships. Crucially, they have to build trust. This is especially true in the case of Riri Williams, as she's established neither of these things yet and is, but for her inexplicable recognition of Shuri, being faced with two factions, soon to be three when the FBI shows up, who want to kidnap her for unstated and possibly nefarious purposes. If the film were actually interested in Williams as a character, this is the most fertile ground to begin building that character. But as we'll go on to see, the film isn't at all interested in her as a character, it just wants her in this film as a prop. So they go to her garage workshop. What the film is trying to do here is fast-track a relationship between Shuri and Riri Williams by making them basically the same character, or functionally the same character anyway. Riri does science stuff, just like Shuri. Riri is a computer whiz, just like Shuri. Riri is building mech suits, just like Shuri.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Shuri presciently points out that it's a bit weird to be working on this hyper-secret stuff and just leave your laptop unattended in a garage, which it is, if you believe that what you're doing is top secret and of interest to foreign governments. Which Riri supposedly doesn't, having just finished telling us that she only cooked up the machine for a school project. She does have some kind of mega encryption on her laptop, but that's basically it. So she simultaneously acts as if she's half aware of the significance of her work, when it's convenient, but is otherwise a perfectly normal kid with no such understanding? Oh well, rightio then. Shuri's AI friend then chimes in to inform them that American law enforcement has arrived. Riri is extremely miffed by this, and they have a brief argument in which Michonne unironically uses the term popo to refer to the police. Cringe. But Shuri compels them to work together and get out of the pickle they are presently pickling in. Riri has an old muscle car. Muscle cars? Tech wizard? Builds flying mech suits? I wonder who she is going to turn out to be. You're right, she's the Red Power Ranger. We finally have Power Rangers in the MCU. Or is it that gay transformer nobody remembers? What's that you say? All Transformers are gay and Gundam is cosmically better in every conceivable way? Well, you said it. Either way, crossover event of the century. People will rightly hail this as the best MCU film since Love and Thunder. Probably better than Infinity War even. Who needs the X-Men when you have a gay Transformer? Michonne escapes in the muscle car while Shuri takes a motorbike. The CIA is tracking the chase with a drone, but since Barack Obama isn't flying it, no civilians get killed. Riri Williams, hereafter referred to as Iron Child, flies up, takes out the drone, and then runs out of oxygen and faints, putting her into a freefall. Remember Iron Man? I remember. Origin stories are so much easier if you can just copy-paste existing material into nominally new characters. She recovers at the last second and pulls out of the dive, just like Tony, and then her suit gives out and she crashes, just like Tony. But before they can get to her, a water grenade lands on the road, and Shuri and Michonne crash. Well, I mean, I guess that's new. Then, and you will have to bear with me here, thankfully they've shown little bits of this in the trailer, so hopefully if you see it, you'll believe it. Anyway, then a troop of mermen leap out of the water on the nose of a killer whale and confront Michonne. I suppose this explains what one cringy shill media site described as their indigenous rage. They were evidently colonized by SeaWorld, and they've learned all the tricks. An Aztec mermaid runs back to deal with the police that parked behind them. The police, who presumably just saw them jump out of the water riding whales. The police, who presumably just saw them use water grenades to blow up fleeing vehicles. The police, who can clearly see that the mermaid is armed, yet as she runs at them, the only remark one of them thinks it worth making is, "Hey, is she blue?" Why, yes. Yes, she is. She's also armed, and she just leapt off a fucking whale. She's clearly coming to kill you. Do you not think a policeman might have remarked upon anything else? I'm reliably informed the police empty whole magazines at the backs of black people who looked at them funny, but in this state, apparently they just make mundane observations and wait to be killed. We've already had the "they're blue" observation earlier in the film. Besides making the scene vaguely and unintentionally comical, just what the hell was this supposed to accomplish? But Mermaid kills the police while Michonne beats the shit out of the remaining mermen. But they recover, the implication being by some kind of Aztec magic, one of those incredibly useful but undefined powers you can be pretty sure won't pop up later when it would be just as useful. And then she has a fight with Head Fish Guy, or Fish Head Guy if you prefer, who steals her spear and twats her in the head, then knocks her into the water with another of those water grenades. Shuri then intervenes and demands to be taken to Namor, thus saving Iron Child's life, so the mermen kidnap both of them, even though their mission was to kill Iron Child, and they don't profit at all from letting her live. Michonne tries to swim after them, but she can't catch up because she's not a fish and black people can't swim. No, it can't be racist. I read it in The Guardian. It's a thing. Honestly. We then cut away to the CIA, where Bilbo Baggins meets up with President Selina Meyer. And she is Selina Meyer, as in Dreyfus is basically playing the same character. Only, in this film of course, she's not the president, she's a CIA bigwig. And we learn she used to be married to Bilbo. They're investigating the aftermath of that fight between the merman Michonne, Shuri, Iron Child on the bridge. And Bilbo picks up some suspicious looking piece of tech, Wakandan anal beads quite possibly. Then we're back in Wakanda, where Michonne is urging Ramonda Valerian to let her go and rescue Shuri. But instead, Ramonda strips her of her ranks and titles and kicks her out of the door of the Explorers. Ramonda does put in a powerful performance, by the way, in giving her reasons that she stood by Michonne in the first film even though Michonne protected Killmonger, and she's now lost both her kids, that she never wanted Shuri to go on the mission to begin with. The performance is strong, it's well acted, it's reasonably well written in the moment. But I can't help but recall that about a second before all of this, she exclaimed that she was the queen of the most powerful nation in the world. And I can't help but remember that she was in the room with Shuri and Michonne when it was decided that Shuri should go on that mission. She was party to the decision. She could have said no, she could have stopped it at any time. Now to be clear, this will only be a flaw if the film continues to pretend that this was not so. It can be made explicable it can even be made to aid the story and the characters. If this is Ramonda's fit of rage leading her to blame Michonne for what was essentially her own mistake, that's something she will have to realize and apologize for. You can maintain the redemption mission that I'm sure Michonne is about to go off on, but the two characters will have to meet in the middle, because the redemption cannot solely be Michonne's. Sure, she failed to protect Shuri, but it was Ramonda's failure of foresight, and indeed as a mother, that put Shuri in that position to begin with. That is something to keep an eye on as the plot progresses, because it'll determine whether the writers have a coherent journey for their characters, or whether they've here opted for the quickest and easiest way to get the plot moving into its next act. Past experience would suggest the explanation from contrivance, but failure isn't set. If it's made right, it'll constitute not spectacular, but at least decent writing, the kind of thing that's been sorely missing from the entirety of Phase 4, and I'm sorry to say, much of this film so far. That brings us to the close of part 1 of this review. As some more regular viewers of the channel will already be aware, I've just taken on a very exciting but alas super secret, legally secret writing project. So I've split this review up, it was going to be over 2 hours long, into segments, probably no more than 3, in order that I can get stuff out while still having time to work on the other project. My plan is to get parts 2 and 3 up over the course of the next week, a fortnight at most. It will be with you soon enough. If, however, you want to fast forward to an overview of the entire film, as mentioned, there is a short one over on my second channel, and my good friend the Movie Cynic has done a very good video of his own, which I urge you to check out. Link for that is in the description as well. For now, see you next time.
This is Jonathan Ferguson, keeper of firearms and artillery at the Royal Armouries Museum in the UK, which houses a collection of thousands of iconic weapons from throughout history. And this week he's taking a look at some of the VR weaponry from Bone Lab.
I don't think you can beat, for people who are interested in firearms, historic or otherwise, the ability to actually interact with firearm. To the point that, as we've just seen, you can go from shooting the weapon to spinning it around and using it as a club.
Make sure to subscribe and check out our previous VR episodes where Jonathan took a look at the guns of H3 VR. And if you like this kind of content, we've got a brand new season of Loadout airing on the channel right now. New episodes will launch every Sunday, and you can already check out our most recent episode all about how games face the tricky problem of adapting LMGs into their digital arenas. Right, let's take a look at the weapons of Bone Lab.
All right, this is a nicely modelled AKM, such as I have here. This one happens to have the bayonet still attached. This one is modelled essentially brand new, so the finish is fully intact. The wood is a nice, shiny, varnished finish, whereas the example I have here is extremely tired, has lost a lot of finish, and the laminated wood is very worn, almost looks like driftwood on this thing. This has been through the wars, literally, I suspect, although we don't know the history of this particular one. So nicely modelled gun, works pretty well. We have the magic magazine getting sucked into the gun thing, which I'm on the face of it not a fan of, but I'm sure there's a good gameplay reason for it. The riding of the charging handle, not a good idea to do in real life. If you sort of let it slide forward, there's a chance of it not going all the way forward, in which case the gun won't shoot. Of course, it's going to be very frustrating in any kind of game, really, to let you do that, because normally you can't, of course. You just press a button and the gun gets reloaded magically. Here, you're doing it manually to model the realism of having to always pull it back and let it go from full travel, which is what you should always do, would just get annoying, I suspect. So that's probably why. The cartridge case ejection on this, and indeed the rate of fire, seems to fluctuate and is too high. I'd say it's about 700, something like that. It's a bit high for an AK, should be more like 600. That suggests to me that that the stuttering that I'm hearing in the rate of fire is a real thing, and that each shot is being fired at a slightly different spacing, or maybe there are two different spaces. I don't know. It'd be interesting to know what's going on under the hood, as it were, to make this thing seem a bit high speed and a bit stuttery. I've just seen a reload there where we had a fresh magazine brought up to the gun, and somehow the magazine that was already on the gun just dropped off. and you put on the new one. Okay, as an option, that's fine. For me, I would much prefer to be forced to remove the magazine. So in this case with the AK, you do the Polish method of hitting the paddle with the fresh magazine, or however you want to do it, you know. You don't get to play with that real world aspect of the firearm if it just automatically happens. You can probably override that and bump the magazine off. I'm sure I've seen that with Bone Works before. Nice little moment there with a deliberate ejection of a live round straight up in the air, which then came back down and bounced off the gun. All sorts of fun you can have with when something is fully modeled and you have full range of motion and ability to grasp something anywhere, not just fixed points that the game makes you grab onto. All sorts of possibilities. Most of them not very helpful for actually progressing through a game, probably.
Officer down.
I don't think you can beat, for people who are interested in firearms, historic or otherwise, the ability to actually interact with the firearm to the point that, as we've just seen, you can go from shooting the weapon to spinning it around and using it as a club. That's something that a 2D game just can't do. I don't remember ever seeing a gun clubbed. This is something that happened in the 17th and 18th centuries. To club your musket was to literally spin it round and use it as a club. That kind of emergent tactical approach is fairly unique to this kind of VR game. Okay, so obviously the skeleton is just a bit of fun, the skin that's being used here, but it does raise a minor point that where the bones of the hand are wrapped around this very well realized Remington 870, by the way. The grip is not great. You really want the web of the hand to be over the sort of bore line of the gun to give it maximum support. Very important if you're going to fire this thing one-handed, as we just saw done. If you had that looser grip and you fired a shotgun like this one-handed, loaded with anything like buckshot or slug, it's probably going to come out of that hand, depending on how good your grip strength is. So that proper placement on whatever firearm it might be is something that's, I suppose, a little bit cheated in most games, because you're just, so it's essentially artwork, even if it's in 3D. You just get it right because you have your reference and you make sure that it's right. Where you are having to, in real time, attach a hand to a gun in a certain place, it's going to be a lot harder to make sure that that lines up in the way that you would want it to be lined up. Not that everyone uses guns correctly, of course, but it would stand out. So, as I say, if you're firing a 12 gauge shotgun with one hand, you're probably going to regret it. At the very least, it'll be uncomfortable if you didn't have a very good sound grip on it. Perfectly doable, though. All right, with the micro Uzi, we've got an older type here with the folding buttstock. The traditional Uzi magazine release, the cocking handle on the top of the gun. This one also has a slightly longer compensated barrel on it. This is actually a copy. The one in the game is the modernized current version with all those different features. Anyway, that's kind of by the by. It handles pretty much as I would expect it to, and we have a really very cool dual wield reload, which was something I was wondering about with a VR game that models to a high degree of fidelity. How do you reload those empty guns? And the answer is you lay one on top of the other to free up your hand to get the spare magazines out, which is very cool, actually. Nice to see the venerable M1 Garand. Great to see that in this game. Looks like a good job as well. Got some punch to it, the sound effect, the way it's handling too. And of course the classic ping of the clip coming out. slightly ruined there by it somehow sticking on top of the gun rather than flinging clear. I'm not sure what that's about, but I suppose glitches are to be expected when you're dealing with multiple degrees of freedom and actual operation of a virtual weapon rather than just animating it. I must admit, I understand the need for sort of expedited reloads and things where you don't actually have to push something all the way in to get it to work, but it's particularly disappointing in this case because you can't accidentally Garand thumb yourself, which I suspect every firearms enthusiast would be doing deliberately just for the sake of doing it. Now this rifle has a bayonet fitted. I wondered if that was going to be usable. Well, I didn't wonder. I was absolutely certain it was going to be usable. And that's one of the better depictions of a bayonet use, that you really feel like you're having to put some force in to cause the injury. Everything about that stabbing with a knife on the end of a gun kind of works as you'd expect. It definitely wasn't the press button to make someone fall down thing that we often see. Okay, first thing I noticed with this AR-15, I'll call it, there's no evidence of it being automatic that I've seen yet. There's some bolt bounce, which is really intriguing. I've never seen that before. I guess these guys have been watching slow motion video and seen that basically all firearms, there is a bounce after the bolt. The bolt hits the, in this case, the barrel extension and bounces back very slightly. Now, the extent of bolt bounce I'm seeing here, I think would probably be a problem for functioning, because if the bounce is too exaggerated, and you're, well, certainly an automatic fire where the rate of fire is very high, of course, the bolt can be in the wrong position when the hammer next falls, and then the gun won't fire because the firing pin isn't impacted in the correct way. But the prospects that this raises of, I don't know, using VR to test out firearm designs, potentially, maybe. Haven't heard of anyone doing that, but if the fidelity were to get good enough, then you could model stuff and test it out. The other thing I noticed with this gun that I haven't with others as yet is change in report from shot to shot. So we've got random changes in rate of fire with some of these guns, and in this case, I'm also hearing different pitch of shots. Without changing location, without changing, in theory, ammunition or anything else. The closest example I can give you is the good old Aliens pulse rifle, which I'm always referencing, where the firing tone, which makes it sound incredibly cool, is up and down as it's firing, which doesn't make any sense, but is cool as hell in a sci-fi movie. And that's I'm getting a version of that here. So shot to shot, it's like do 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 do. And maybe it's only varying between two pitches, but still. Model-wise, this is very close to an M16A4, depending on whether it's automatic or not, depending what the marks on the receiver are. But all the details are consistent with an M16A4 or a civilian semi-automatic version of it. Chris Vector always makes me a bit sad because we don't have one yet. Maybe we will one day. As we've noted before, very unusual design, attempting to overcome or mitigate the problem of felt recoil with a weird diving bolt. Not particularly relevant in its video game use. I suppose it could be more relevant in a VR sense, but it's hard for me to get a sense of whether it's helping in any way, whether it's even modeled. The bolt may well just go back and forth in this not real version. The rate of fire is very high. Now it is high on the Vector. I'm sure if this might be a little too high even. Now I've noticed on the other guns in the game that they have this magical vacuum effect where you get to a certain distance and the magazine gets drawn into the gun. It's not happening on this one, presumably because the magazine well is so tall, and so it is possible to fumble and bobble it about and not get it into the magazine well, which for me is a plus. I like the fact that you have to be precise with a VR reload. So I enjoy that more on this than I do on the other guns, I have to say. And here we see another dual-wield reload, the one we will have seen, or you will have seen rather, in movies and similar. where you eject your magazine, you holster your empty one weapon to free up your hand to reload them both. Really cool that you can interact with your own self that way. The weapon in this case is well, not really a weapon, to be fair, or at least this model. This is the Ruger Mark III Target, which is very much for putting holes in paper. A firearm, but not necessarily a weapon. So our Target model, the only Mark III that we have Mark 1s and 2s coming out of our ears, but only one Mark III, has this very cool looking fluted, heavy target barrel. You can see it's only a small caliber bullet. So the game is modeling, everything else is identical. The game is modeling it well, I think. If I was incredibly nitpicky, I might say that the bolt is coming out of the back of the gun, maybe a bit too far, but that's really reaching for things to criticize there. Magazine looks like the magazine should. 2.2 magazines tend to be quite different than centerfire magazines. And it works as advertised, so we have a slide, or a bolt in this case, release on the side there. All right, Benelli M4 Super 90, showing this off because it's a recent acquisition to the contemporary part of this collection here at the Royal Armouries. Identical configuration to the one in the game and almost identical. There are a few dimensional differences, proportion between this grip stock assembly and the receiver is slightly off, I think. This large pin for the lifter here is not as large as it ought to be in the game. Unless there's some build standard difference that I'm not aware of. But honestly, it's a really good job and functions as you would wish it to. It doesn't have the funky twist and slide buttstock because don't seem to be adjustable in this game. Again, because of the sucking the ammunition into the gun thing, it doesn't look like I didn't get any inert rounds to play with, but it's a museum collection. You don't play with guns here. You can't drop around into the chamber and close it, I don't think, because it's not how the loading in the game works, and because there isn't a magazine, you can't kind of insert that, and even the magazines get sucked into the gun. But yeah, it works nicely. This or the gameplay, kind of irrelevant with what the gun is, but the ability to actually contact the environment with the gun. Yeah, guns and games feel so disconnected from the world around you normally that when you can accidentally catch the gun on a window ledge or a corner, or you have to think about the length of your gun. So maybe you would even do something called short stocking, where you have it over your shoulder to move through a space, and then you bring it into the aim like that. All those kind of possibilities for not only fun but training. You know, we're not there yet, I don't think, but really exciting for those of us who like this kind of thing. All right, well, this is fun for those of us at the Royal Armouries because we deal, of course, with all sorts of arms and armour. That's what we're here for. So to see a not historically accurate, but a very nicely realised wooden and metal shield, complete with the studs, nails, I should say, screws, I think, as well, that are holding the bits of it together. It looks like a real object. It's being held like a real object and being used alongside the Benelli, resting it on top of the shield. Some great sort of emergent possibilities with this kind of gameplay. Of course, a wooden shield, even with a steel edge or an iron edge, is going to do absolutely nothing other than provide a lovely bullseye target for you if your enemies have guns. However, we have in the collection, you can look them up on our online catalogue, a number of gun shields, which are this sort of size and shape, and they have a matchlock gun set in the middle of them with a little window to look through. So there's a sort of realistic parallel to this, kinda. Right, thank you for watching, guys. Those were Guns of Bone Lab. Quite a variety of different guns, lots to talk about. Hope you enjoyed it. If you'd like to check out our Royal Armouries YouTube channel, well, you know where to go. We've got our 3 sites here in the UK that you can visit, that I'm always banging on about. And very happy to say that a number of people have visited as a result of us doing this. Thank you to GameSpot for that. Our social media channels as well, if you'd like to check those out. But we'll see you again next week regardless. Thank you.
You are here because the outside world rejects you.
Alright, listen, we're going to keep this intro short. In this video, we're going to go ahead and take a look at all the major versions of the Ninja Turtles that have ever come out, of the movies, the television shows, and the comics. So basically over the whole landscape, at least how we see it here, these are the ones we think that you should know about that'll give you a good understanding of everything Turtles. Now there's a lot to cover, so we're not going to dive in too deep, just brief explanations of each one. Keep it as super clear as possible. That way, no matter if you're a beginner Turtles fan or a Super Turtles fan, you'll know exactly what we're talking about. And you'll know a little more about all the different versions of the Turtles that you see floating around on the internet. I just think it's some great stuff to know as a Turtle fan. Hopefully this video can do that for you. And for me personally, I just like stepping back and looking at everything that the Turtles have accomplished. It has such a long and ongoing history, and it's just a testament to how everlasting the Turtles are. Now for more in-depth videos covering the different events and ideas for all these Turtles, go check out my playlist section here on the channel after the video. We have different videos talking about all these different Turtles. But for now, let's waste no time, because we're going to take a look at every major version of the Ninja Turtles that's ever existed. Alright, so let's start off where it all began, the Mirage Comics Turtles. These began coming out in 1984, and it's the original black and white comics, the ones that Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird began, where all the Turtles wear the red bandanas, so they didn't have their individual colors yet. The first run of these comics was 62 issues, and it's referred to as Volume 1. It also includes a handful of one-shots that introduced each Turtle at the beginning, so Raphael got his own one-shot, and so on. Now the first chunk of this 62 comic book run is a cohesive story that introduced the world to many of the characters that would become staples of the franchise. Then the middle chunk of this 62 issue run is referred to as the guest era. They would have different artists and storytellers that would come in and do their own thing with the Turtles, not really staying in line with the main storyline. But then the third closing chunk of this 62 issue run went back to Eastman and Laird, who closed it out with the epic multi-part storyline called City at War. So that was it. The first run was complete, 62 issues, and by the way, while these were coming out, there was another comic called Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that came out alongside these. These also told stories in this Mirage continuity, although it was only 7 issues, but still they're pretty important. Now it was 1993 when Volume 1 of the main title finished, but shortly after, also in 1993, Volume 2 of the Mirage Comics Turtles began, and now they were in full color. This continued the story of these same Turtles, although the run only lasted 13 issues. Wikipedia says something about a flood at Mirage Studios cutting this one short, but yeah, pretty straightforward. Their story continued for 13 issues, and then it ended in 1995. Then in 1996, the Turtles went back to black and white with Volume 3, although they were now being published by Image Comics and no longer Mirage. Now this is where it gets a little confusing. Originally, it was intended that these were the same Turtles as the Mirage Turtles we just spoke of, but as time went on, this turned out not to be the case. So we'll come back to this Volume 3 Image Comics Turtles a little later, since they're not really the Mirage Turtles. Now the reason those Turtles didn't end up being the same Turtles as the Mirage Turtles is because in 2001, Mirage began to make Ninja Turtle comics again, and this run is known as Volume 4, this time in black and white yet again, and elements in those stories contradicted the things that happened in the Volume 3 Image comics. So it technically goes Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 4 when it comes to these Mirage Turtles continuity. Now Volume 4 also had a Tales of the TMNT comic also running alongside it, like how the original 1984 comics did. These stories were also part of that same universe. These are referred to as Tales of the TMNT Volume 2, since it was the second time they did a Tales of the TMNT. But yeah, that's probably the most basic layout of the Mirage Ninja Turtles. There's additional like side stories and things like that, but this is the main chunk of it. Now, interestingly enough, the Mirage Turtles were the ones that started it all, even before the original cartoon, but their stories from Volume 4 were never completed. Although, correct me if I'm wrong down below in the comments, I believe in 2009, when Laird sold the rights to the Ninja Turtles, Turtles, he kept the right to keep making these Mirage Turtles if he ever decided he wanted to, like a certain amount of issues per year or something like that. And he did do one in 2010 and then another in 2014, but there hasn't been anything since then. I feel like he would have done another one by now, but who knows? Let me know down below in the comments what you think. Okay, let's be honest. These ones are probably the most iconic version of the Turtles that have ever come out. These are the ones that still, to this day, are plastered on merchandise as far as the eye can see. This is the 1987 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon, also referred to as the 1987 show or the Fred Wolf show, as it was produced by Fred Wolf Films. Now, for newcomers, obviously this is not connected with the Mirage Turtles we just spoke of. This was its own thing. The Turtles wear their individual colors here that we're all familiar with. The show lasted 10 seasons, with the final 3 seasons changing the turtle designs a little bit. They get this darker, edgier look. Fans refer to this period as the Red Sky seasons, as the sky in the opening sequence of the show changes from a regular sky to a red sky instead. The Japanese dub of this show was the one that got the 2-episode anime OVA that you see sometimes online. That had the turtles transform into these guys, which was pretty crazy. It also had a manga that led into it. But yeah, not much else to say here. The legendary 1987 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon lasted a whopping 10 seasons and took the world by storm. In 1988, another Turtles comic started. These Turtles were published by Archie Comics and are often referred to as the Archie Comics or the Archie Turtles. At first, these issues just seemed to be adaptations of the episodes of the 1987 cartoon, but after the first few books, it started doing its own thing and became its own continuity, with stories being a little bit more deeper and serious compared to the 1987 cartoon. There's actually some pretty wild stuff that happens in these. The main title of these comics ran for 72 issues and ended in 1995. A pretty good run that I feel like not a lot of people really know about. Okay, so next let's talk about the Turtles on the big screen. We all know these Turtles. This is the 90s Ninja Turtles Trilogy Turtles, or the 1990 Turtles as a lot of people refer to them as. These were the ones that looked amazing in that first 1990 movie. It gave everyone a super faithful adaptation of the Turtles, and it's just a classic that can be rewatched over and over. The second movie, Secret of the Ooze, which came out in 1991, changes the faces of the Turtles a little bit, and they don't look as serious, and the movie is not as dark tonally, but it's still a fun follow-up. And the Turtles do look somewhat similar to how they did in that first movie. Overall, pretty good. Then there was the third movie in the trilogy, the 1993 film Ninja Turtles 3, and it changed how the Turtles looked pretty drastically. The tone of this one isn't similar to the other two films, and back in the day, people ripped on this one pretty hard, but now it's actually become a pretty nostalgic film. And just the fact that it still had actors and martial artists in these big rubber suits has made this movie grow on me in comparison to other live-action Turtles we got after. Okay, so these Turtles are pretty much us lumping together all the different live-action Turtles that had all these musical specials throughout the early 90s. This was a big thing back then, but most of them were really bad, like the Star Wars Holiday Special style. This is where most of the bizarre moments in Ninja Turtles history from the 90s comes from.
Do you sometimes wish that April was a turtle?
Oh, bro, I've been trying to talk her into an interspecies relationships for months now.
Whoa, chill, man. And she won't do it.
Most of these are literally the exact same turtle suits when it comes to these, so it's almost like these Turtles have their own absolutely insane continuity. Let's briefly run through them. It started in 1990 with the Concert Turtles. These Turtles went on tour in their Coming Out of the Shells tour that also premiered on pay-per-view. There's a spin-off of this tour called the Getting Down in Your Town tour that also used the same Turtles. Now, Turtles very similar to this also appeared in a 1992 special commissioned by the United States Bureau of Land Management, The Mystery of the Cliffs. And man, that one is really strange. We'll have to break that down further at some point. Next, Turtles very similar to this appeared in the 1994 Christmas special titled We Wish You a Turtle Christmas. It's a musical, it's super cringe. I did a whole video on it. Also in 1994, they appeared in another musical special called Turtle Tunes, and it's just as bad as the Christmas special. So remember earlier how we said that the Volume 3 Image Comics ended up becoming its own thing because the Volume 4 Mirage Comics contradicted it? So yeah, these are known as the Image Comics Turtles. and they started in 1996 and were in black and white as we discussed earlier. Now this told some pretty dark stories with the Turtles getting disfigured and things like that. It's a fascinating run that lasted 23 issues before it was canceled and the story was never completed until a couple years ago when they re-released them in color and brought the original team together to complete the story with 3 new issues. These re-releases got the name Urban Legends, and I believe, unless I'm mistaken, the way they ended it kind of leaves it up to interpretation if they're connected to the Mirage Turtles. They got rid of some of those contradictions that we spoke of, and I think by giving it the name Urban Legends, it's supposed to leave you with the thought of maybe this did happen, maybe it didn't. But yeah, let me know down below in the comments what you think. In 1997, the Turtles had another outing in live action, this time in the form of a television show. The show was titled Ninja Turtles: The Next Mutation, dropping the Teenage Mutant part. And this show only lasted 1 season, and from what I remember, it wasn't received very well. It's very silly, but not in a charming way. It's very stiff, very cheesy, and just didn't flow that well. This was the show that introduced the female turtle Venus, and that also had the Turtles finally meet the Power Rangers for the first time. It is said that this show was going to get a 2nd season, but that didn't end up being the case, although there is concept art floating around out there, with Casey Jones being one of the new characters that they would have introduced. In 2003, the second big Ninja Turtles cartoon finally came out. People usually refer to this one as TMNT 2003, or the 4Kids TV TMNT, as that's what it was coming out on. This one was a little bit more serious and serialized when compared to the 1987 cartoon. The series ran for 7 seasons, with seasons 1 through 5 being under the regular Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles title. Season 6 got the title Ninja Turtles Fast Forward, and Season 7, which finally ended the show in 2009, was called Ninja Turtles Back to the Sewers. The first 5 seasons designs of the Turtles is pretty consistent, and in my opinion, it's where they look the best. The Turtles look darker and stronger, but just like with the title of this show, the designs of the Turtles changed as the titles changed. Season 6, Fast Forward, the Turtles look like this, and then in Season 7, the Back to the Sewer season, the Turtles ended up looking like this, which I prefer the way they started off instead. Now, at around the end of this version of the Turtles, they ended up getting a made-for-TV movie where different versions of the Ninja Turtles that were out around that time all met. This was the Turtles Forever movie, and it's pretty great. Now overall, from what I see, this version of the Turtles is admired by most fans, although the consensus seems to be that the last 2 seasons are not as good as the first 5. Now let's talk about the Turtles from the 2007 movie TMNT. These Turtles are usually referred to as TMNT 2007, and this was another major version of the Turtles, who unfortunately had a very short run with just the 1 theatrical film and a handful of prequel comics that came out before the film's release. The film was 3D animated, which was the first time the Turtles had come out that way, but that's all there was, just the 1 movie. Although there are these images of what the sequel could have been that someone had pitched at one point, but nothing ever came of it. It shows Michelangelo holding his demutated brothers and father with Shredder overlooking him. I did a whole video on this, go check it out. But yeah, these Turtles were pretty good. They were fun, yet had their dark elements as well, and had pretty cool turtle designs. I don't remember the hype being as big as it was for the 1990 movies, but from what I can tell, the fans do appreciate this one. Now, after 2009, Nickelodeon bought the Ninja Turtles, and so they partnered with IDW Publishing and started making their own new Ninja Turtles comic, simply titled Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This is the one that everyone refers to as the IDW Ninja Turtles. This comic reinvented the Turtles' origin and is actually really good. This whole version of the Turtles is just great, at least in my opinion. It's mature, the action is fun, and these comics are still going on to this day. A long, unbroken, continuous story that has gone past 100 issues, and everything makes sense. They've really done a good job of making this an amalgam of all the different versions of the Turtles that have ever existed. But yeah, every month a new one comes out and they keep going. Now, when looking online, on some images you may see them wearing all red bandanas, similar to how the original Mirage Turtles did, and the Image Comics Turtles as well. And in other images online, you may see these IDW Turtles with the regular Ninja Turtles colors that we're all familiar with. Now, that's because these Turtles start off wearing the all red bandanas and eventually get their own colors. I would absolutely recommend checking this one out if you're a Turtles fan, specifically because it's still going on. So that way, once you catch up, you can follow along every month, which is pretty cool. Now naturally, after the Nickelodeon buyout, they were going to launch a new cartoon. In 2012 we got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, although people refer to it as TMNT 2012, or the Nick Turtles. This show was 3D animated and lasted 5 seasons, with the final season being called Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The final season took the Turtles on Elseworld type stories, and I don't believe a lot of it is in continuity with the rest of the show, just a series of what ifs. Although there has been some debate on some of the episodes, but that's a topic for a different video. The design style for these turtles was very different than anything we had ever gotten before, and for me it caused me to shy away from it for a while. Although once I watched it, I saw why so many people were enjoying it. It's such a smooth watch, and for me it's the voice actors that push it over the top. They're very enjoyable to hear, and the way they bounce off each other sounds so natural. Good dialogue too. In 2014, we got our next live-action Turtles movie, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, although people refer to these as the Bay Turtles, as Michael Bay was the producer on the films. I've also seen this version of the Turtles referred to as TMNT 2014 or 2016 if we're talking about the sequel. These were the Turtles that you probably remember hearing would be alien Ninja Turtles. Now this didn't end up being the case, thank goodness, but the backlash of that rumor had done its damage. Now this was live action, but instead of having the martial artists in rubber suits like the old movies had, this had the actors in motion capture suits and animated them later, which gave us interesting designs. Now this movie ended up getting a sequel in 2016 called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Out of the Shadows. Fans seem to prefer this one over the 2014 one, but it didn't make as much money. Overall, interest in this new live action version of the Turtles wasn't all that great, like it had been for the original live action movies, and so it didn't get a third movie. Now that's not to say this version of the Turtles doesn't have fans. A lot of people grew up on these, and it's their version of the Turtles, and they like it. I see them all the time online, but in my opinion, these Turtles are just missing that broad appeal that gets everyone on board. In 2018, we got a new Ninja Turtles cartoon, not long after the last cartoon had ended, by the way. This show was called Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, although everyone calls them the Rise Turtles. This would portray the Turtles a little younger and a little earlier in their adventures, with Raphael being the leader before Leo eventually took over. These Turtles would not wield their traditional weapons, and instead use mystic weapons that we hadn't seen before. Each weapon would allow each Turtle to have his own powers and special moves that they could do. The show had 15-minute episodes, so not the usual 30-minute episodes that had been the norm up until this point. Although every once in a while, a 30-minute episode would happen if it was the season finale or a big event, and in my opinion, those were the better episodes. The show had 2 seasons, with the show's final episode in 2020 turning Leonardo into the leader finally. In 2022, these Rise Turtles would get a movie on Netflix, and this movie stepped it up a couple notches and was really good quality. I'd recommend checking this one out even if you weren't into this version of the Turtles. In 2019, we got an unexpected surprise, and that was the Batman vs. Ninja Turtles animated movie. This 2D animated movie is an absolute love letter to all Turtles fans, and is personally one of my favorite Ninja Turtles things that we've gotten ever. This movie had Nickelodeon and Warner Brothers team up, which makes sense to bring the two properties together, Batman and the Turtles. The movie is serious and funny and full of Easter eggs. Any Turtle fan should check this out if you haven't already. Now, this movie did have a post-credit sequence that set up a follow-up, but I don't think we're ever going to get that. Unless I'm mistaken, I feel like the leadership personnel at both parties has changed a lot since this movie came out. And now with everyone having their own streaming platforms and stuff like that, I don't know if we'll get a crossover like that ever again. It's a shame because these Turtles are really cool, and it would have been awesome to get a trilogy of them this way, the way the comic book crossover had. Anyways, 2019, Batman vs. the Ninja Turtles, just one movie, go check it out. In 2020, we got one of the most legendary tales in Ninja Turtles history, Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin. This comic showed us a new world in which one of the Turtles remained. The rest of his family had been killed, and now he seeked vengeance. This story was originally supposed to be set in the Mirage Turtles universe, the very first one we talked about at the beginning of the video. But from what I've seen in some interviews, this was eventually changed and ended up being its own version of the Ninja Turtles. It was a 5-issue comic series that just kept selling out, and so they kept having to do reprints to to meet demand. This did so well that now they're going to continue to tell stories in this Dark Ninja Turtles universe through the title Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin, The Lost Years. This new story will follow the last Ronin, the last Ninja Turtle, during his trials and tribulations before he finally got vengeance for his family. This story will also share with us 4 new Ninja Turtles that were shown as babies at the end of The Last Ronin. Make sure to check out all our videos on Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin, The Lost Years to get caught up on all this. It's very fascinating. Okay, so here we are at the end, at the current upcoming new version of the Ninja Turtles as of the time of this recording. And these turtles are the turtles from the 3D animated theatrical film Ninja Turtles: Mutant Mayhem. This is the one produced by Seth Rogen's Point Grey Pictures. We don't know what they look like yet, but there was a leaked version of some concept art that got taken down immediately after it came out. For those who saw it, one can assume that that's what they'll look like, but in a more polished up form. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. Now, this film is slated for August of 2023, and after this movie was announced, Paramount also announced that there would also be villain-driven direct-to-Paramount Plus films sometime after, although I don't know if they'll be set in the same universe, as that was not specified when they made the announcement about that. But I think more than likely that is what's going to be the case. But again, we have to wait and see on this as well. Super excited to see what they come out with. Anyways, it's such a fascinating property. It's fun, it's serious, it's everlasting, as you can see from all these different versions we just listed. But hey, let me know down below, did any of these turtles stick out to you? Is there some you didn't know about that maybe you're like, hey, I'm gonna look into that now? But that's it for this one. Thanks everyone for watching. Hit subscribe, follow on all the socials. Links are down below in the description, and I will see you guys in a little bit with another video. Take care.
Hello there friends, welcome back to another episode of Generation Tech. My name is Alan. Originally, the prequel series was supposed to focus on the Skywalker saga, specifically the story of young Anakin Skywalker as he escapes from Tatooine, joins the Jedi Order, and then fights in the Clone Wars. But then the phenomenon of the clone troopers, originally a background element of the story, quickly rose in popularity, especially when the prequels ended and shows like the Clone Wars would really flesh out these characters. And in my opinion, eventually, the clone troopers would become just as popular as any of the main characters in the Skywalker saga, especially amongst my generation of fans. Now, a lot of that has to do with the fact that the clone troopers as characters are pretty pure. They don't have many flaws. These are individuals born into servitude, genetically designed to, for lack of better words, to be cannon fodder for the Chancellor's BS war against a controlled opposition. Well, the Jedi faltered and became corrupted and failed to protect the galaxy. The clones remained true to their original purpose and each other, and would valiantly serve the people of the Republic and the Empire afterwards, no matter how horrific the situation got. And while the clones would participate in heinous crimes of their own, it never seemed right to pin blame on them for their own actions, because they had so little independence and autonomy. And in the limited moments when the clones were actually able to do what they wanted, they generally got things
This way!
right.
We are loyal soldiers. We follow orders, but we are not a bunch of unthinking droids. We are men. We must be trusted to make the right decisions, especially when the orders we are given are wrong. Fire! What happened? They're doing the right thing, Dogma. Because if this is how soldiers are rewarded for heroic actions, then one day, every man in this battalion may face a similar fate.
This all reinforces the fact that I believe the clones were pretty pure in both personality and spirit. A weird side effect of their kind being quarantined from ordinary society and all of the pitfalls that are usually associated with it, like greed, envy, pride. The clones seem to be resistant to not only fear and battlefield fatigue, but to many of the flaws that plagued humanity. Sure, there were bad and corrupt clones here and there, but they were pretty much the exception to the rule. By far, most of the clones seem to be very well-adjusted and remarkable young men. And so in a twisted way, these enslaved, carbon-copied soldiers were the ideal role models for an entire generation of Star Wars fans to follow. They were definitely far less controversial and faultless than Anakin Skywalker, who in 3 short movies, participated in a war as a child soldier, awkwardly forced himself onto Padme on several occasions, and then domestically abused her, and also slaughtered a bunch of defenseless children. Now, the Clone Wars TV show played a huge part in popularizing the clone trooper. We would be introduced to different units and different individual troopers and follow them through harrowing situations, usually while they're being led by their well-meaning but oftentimes flawed Jedi commanders. As the clones became more and more humanized and familiar to Star Wars fans also had to come to terms with the uncomfortable fact that these clones would kill all of the other good guys in this story, the Jedi. Now, since the prequel era, we've never really found out what truly happened to the clone troopers after Order 66. Bits and pieces of clues were handed down to us. The emergence of Captain Rex, Gregor, and Wolf and Rebels showed to us at least some of the clones were still alive and clearly free by the time of the Empire's rule. But what happened to everyone else? Were they really just all decommissioned and left to fade away? Or did something crazier happen? Was there a clone revolt like the one on Kamino in Legends? Or was there an even larger civil war, perhaps? With the release of shows like Andor, Kenobi, and the Jedi Fallen Order video game series, we get a better glimpse of the years between the Galactic Civil War and the Clone Wars. But again, we're not really given a clear answer of what happens, and I guess the in-universe reason for this is if there was a huge clone civil war, it's not something that the Empire would want people to know about, and it's probably something that they would try to isolate very quickly and get rid of. But I think with the release of the second season of The Bad Batch, we're finally going to find out even more information about what really happened to the millions of clones who just seemed to conveniently be decommissioned just a few years after the Clone Wars ended. This part of the story never really made any sense to me. After all, the Empire had just inherited a war-torn galaxy from the Republic, and you need a lot of military force, or at least manpower, to be able to rebuild. Now, the core story of The Bad Batch so far has been focused on this mutated unit of clone commandos who, because of their mutations, have not really meshed well with the inhibitor chips, which has given them a level of autonomy that other clones simply don't get to enjoy. But in one of the more powerful episodes in The Bad Batch later on in the first season, which takes place on Ryloth, a clone captain named Hauser and 6 of his fellow clones basically side with the Twi'leks in their struggle for freedom. This is remarkable because these clones all still had their inhibitor chips installed inside of their brains and were somehow able to still fight off their obedience conditioning and fall back to their original programming, which is risking their lives to serve the people of this galaxy. This is the first incident, perhaps since the Battle of Umbar, in which we've seen clones actively disobey the orders of their commanding officer. It seems to suggest that while these inhibitor chips were successful at making the clones a bit more docile and obedient, it wasn't actually able to force the clones to do things against their own will, unless it was concerning the specific execution of the Jedi. I believe this means in the long term, despite all of the genetic manipulation and bio-augmentation that the Kaminoans and the Empire has done to the clones, the clone troopers would eventually all develop their own unique personalities and opinions on everything, including the state of the galaxy and politics. And I believe that as the Empire became more cruel and demanding of their soldiers, more troopers like Hauser and those 6 clones he was with would begin to object about their situation, especially the clones who were trained alongside the Jedi and would fight with them during the Clone Wars. The Jedi had their own flawed but generally moral, ethical codes which they passed down to their clone troopers, and this would definitely clash with their new orders from the Empire. And so I believe the clones weren't just decommissioned because they're extremely expensive to produce and maintain. I think it's also because there was this general fear from Palpatine that the clones would eventually awaken to their situation because they are, after all, human beings. Finding an alternative to the elite clone trooper program during peacetime always made a lot of sense. You're not fighting another conventional army, so you don't really need high-quality troops in this situation. Replacing the clones with volunteer and conscripted TK troopers was a good cost-saving measure. But it's the part where the clones just disappeared overnight that never really made any sense to me. The clones were already paid for in full, and the Empire still had manpower issues, and so the clones were an ideal stopgap measure until the actual Stormtrooper program was fully finished and rolled out. Which leads me to believe that a clone revolt is not only possible, I think it's inevitable. if you consider all the factors in place here. And in the second season of The Bad Batch, I believe we're going to begin to see signs of this emerge, especially if you consider some of the quotes we've seen in the recent trailer for the second season.
Rumors are more and more clones have been questioning the Order.
Then they're traitors, like the Jedi.
Yes, Commander Cody is back, and I think that's also another big deal. We'll discuss that in further detail later in the video, in another video, whatever. Let's focus more on this order that the clones are beginning to question. From what I can tell, this line is referring to either the decommissioning of the clone troopers or Order 66. Either way, it's really not good that the clones are questioning these orders. If it's about the decommissioning of the clone troopers, the situation is a bit simpler and easier to resolve, but it's still a huge problem for the Empire. There's an uncomfortable question about the clone army that has followed it around since its inception, and that's the question of what will be done with the clones who are no longer able to fight because of injury, disease, or eventually age. Even during the Republic era, there was really no real effort made to make sure that the clones could retire properly in comfort. This was very short-sighted, but then again, the war was going on, so I guess that's a reasonable excuse. But the clones at their core were still human beings capable of having wants and needs and exhibiting outrage when treated unfairly. In the situation they were facing, the prospect of retirement from service was pretty unfair and could be very grim, especially if there was no groundwork placed to make sure that they could retire in relative comfort. And so if the clones begin to realize that their role in the Empire's future was limited, there could definitely be a lot of problems arising here. Questions about their future, something that they've never probably had to think about because everything is taken care of them by the Republic, now begin to emerge. Whether it's post-US invasion Iraq or, post-warring period in China, one of the biggest internal threats a nation can face is a huge amount of unemployed soldiers who still have access to their weapons and training. And this is exactly the kind of situation the Empire faces with the clone troopers. The Empire would be smart to accommodate these clones, either by giving them things to do or creating a retirement program. The alternative, which is to do nothing, would be extremely costly and could lead to uprisings and even civil wars. It's just not the rational thing to do, but unfortunately, it seems like Tarkin and Admiral Rampart are in charge of the decommissioning of the clones, and these two individuals definitely are not rational actors. Tarkin and his acolytes prefer heavy-handed Sith-inspired punitive measures that are designed to scare people into submission. The problem is you can't really scare or intimidate a clone trooper. The only thing they're afraid of is probably not having a purpose. And once you begin to shake their belief in the chain of command by acting irrational, well, now you have a bunch of very disciplined, armed professionals who are going to see you as the enemy. Now, there is a second possibility that Cody is talking about Order 66 when he mentions that the clones are questioning orders. This would be an even larger problem than the clones being pissed off about being decommissioned, because this would basically make the clones question the very nature of the Empire and what Order 66 was about and why the clones carried out Order 66. I think further questioning and soul-searching will lead to many clones finding out about the chips, just like Fives, Rex, the Bad Batch. And that's because information like the inhibitor chips will spread like wildfire, even if it starts just as a unconfirmed rumor, because there'll be a lot of demand for answers here. If you think about it, for many of the clones, the Jedi commanders that they murdered were very much like mentor or even father or mother-like figures. Beneath the conditioning, there are real human emotions and connections between these clones and the friends they brutally murdered on that day. The artificial control the inhibitors exerted on the clones will wane after Order 66, and these real memories and experiences the clones had with their Jedi commanders will not fade away. And this will eventually make them question why they murdered their good friends. The clones will begin to question whether their Jedi leaders are actually loyal or not to the Republic. And even if they believe that the Jedi did try to overthrow the Chancellor illegally, surely the Jedi they personally knew was not a part of the plot or never said anything about that plot to them, and were just innocent victims caught in the whole entire situation. Eventually, the clones will come to a realization, however slow, that something was off about Order 66. Maybe they'll remember their own actions, their own behaviors, the complete lack of control they had when they pulled the trigger. The discovery of the inhibitor chips in their brains would lead to a fundamental betrayal of trust between the clones and their Imperial leaders, which again is extremely dangerous because the only thing that the clones really care about is the chain of command, and once trust in the chain of command is broken, well, you're gonna have a lot of problems. This is once again a sign of why the Empire's really unnecessary evil shenanigans always leads to many more problems than it fixes. The clone troopers were competent and efficient because of their humanity. I mean, these were sentient and thinking soldiers who were able to take a game plan, learn it, implement it on the run in the field, and make their own command decisions at the tactical level if necessary. The same qualities that make the clones efficient and flexible soldiers are going to make them very hard to brainwash and control using these inhibitor chips. The Empire's mentality, which is to control everything, led to constant struggle and conflict, a sign of poor leadership and inability to adapt to a changing situation. And as the years progress, more and more clones will begin to realize just how inept the Empire is and how cruel it will become in order to maintain control. Now, Commander Cody here is talking to a former Bad Batch member, Crosshair, whose personality and life experience has made him loyal to the Empire and its authoritarian ways naturally. Yes, this can happen as well. Clones could be more naturally aligned to the Empire as well, and Crosshair clearly is someone who doesn't need an inhibitor chip to follow the orders of Emperor Palpatine. From what we can tell, Crosshair and Cody are going to be working together with Admiral Rampart. Whether they'll be tasked with further prepping the TK troopers or hunting down the Bad Batch, we just don't know. But this will be an interesting situation because we know Crosshair is loyal, but what we don't know is whether Commander Cody is loyal to the Empire or more loyal to his own beliefs. I mean, up until this point, Commander Cody has definitely stayed loyal to the Empire. We see him in the prequels directly get contacted by Palpatine. In many ways, he is the prime clone that is associated with kicking off Order 66 when he blew up his former commander, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now, the thing is, Cody actually doesn't know if he killed Kenobi or not, and he chooses not to send a squad out there to find Obi-Wan Kenobi. His body would have been pretty easy to retrieve. It fell into a lake. Dead bodies float, right? I mean, this was not very difficult to do. And so this is a really surprising oversight from one of the most meticulous and well-prepared clone commanders out there. We're going to save the discussion of whether Commander Cody actually purposely decided not to look for Kenobi's body after shooting him off of that wall, but he's definitely one of many candidates for being a woke clone, which is, I think, a phenomenon that, Disney should definitely take a closer look at, because again, it makes zero sense that there would be no clone troopers 5 years or even 10 years after the Empire basically takes over. Why waste all of these perfectly good soldiers unless there is a huge uprising, which is my belief here. Well, guys, let me know in the comment section below what you think about my theory. Also, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification button down below so you don't miss out on the rest of our awesome content. As usual, my name is Alan, reminding you that my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy.
But everywhere he goes, whether it's a new town or a new bar, people just kind of give him a hard time and they rag on him despite the fact that he has great intentions. I'm curious if that's comparable to this sort of world, this culture of toxic fandom, where like if you make a movie, especially if you make a superhero movie, like you have great intentions, but there are always going to be a small yet vocal group of people there can kind of just be toxic.
I understand you.
Obviously, yes. Wow, it's like I hate whenever people always focus on like this little small minority of angry boys. All of these angry boys, because the majority of people are not like this. They like the show. And also, sometimes if people give negative feedback on something, it's because maybe it wasn't very good.
Saying, but when it comes to fans, it is a fan's right to have whatever opinion they want to have. And people are going to be upset because, especially when you're talking about books or games, because you're never going to be the exact person who they had in their head or who they played on Witcher 3, for
Exactly,
example.
yeah.
I don't necessarily consider that toxic.
And this is what happened, by the way, like, people felt the same way with Henry Cavill as soon as he was going to be The Witcher. There was always skepticism about this until they actually saw him play the character, and they're like, oh yeah, of course this is The Witcher, right? It could never be anybody else.
Consider that passionate.
Nerderotic.com.
Guess it's finally time I made a video on The Witcher because the bad news keeps coming and it gets worse.
Ooh.
But first, I'd like to welcome the
Wait, hold up.
because the bad news
Let me
keeps
read this.
coming and it gets
Showrunner to inspire confidence in series. Okay, yeah. Attempts to aspire confidence. Oh, that sounds great.
It's worse. But first, I'd like to welcome the over 630,000 of you joining me on
Hi.
this journey down the rabbit hole of common sense extremism. Before this video, you heard from the very popular actor, not adult pretender, Henry Cavill, and we will hear more of his wisdom later. Now let's recap the series of events that just happened over the last few months that put The Witcher firmly in DOA status. There certainly has been a lot of cope around these parts lately, and it has been brilliant. And I'm not saying this is the best example, but it's just another one this year in the year of the Hollywood reckoning of get woke, go broke, and then beg your fans to still watch the show. Now, the first in these series of events comes from former Witcher writer Beau DeMayo. The Witcher former writer recalls staff actively mocking the source material.
Oh my god. How is it that you have the easiest fucking job in the world? They literally wrote the script, they wrote the characters, they wrote the plot, they even said, like, this is kind of what the character is going to look like, this is how they're going to act. All you have to do is just go and put the same thing on the screen, and it's done. And they just can't do it.
DeMayo shed light on some of the lack of respect towards The Witcher's
It's
source
crazy.
material noticed by diehard fans in the show. The same diehard fans that were called the same things we have been called every
The
time.
racist underbelly of The Witcher. How Gamergate's rhetoric. That's right. You guys remember Gamergate? Yeah, me either. But actually, to be fair, I do remember it quite well. It was in 2014. A lot of people were unhappy that fucking these, like, big, what would you call them? Like, these big publications were giving favors quid pro quo for developers. And then somehow they were able to shift this into actually gamers are racist and that's why they don't like us giving biased reviews. Oh my fucking god.
We legitimately criticize something. Although Andrzej Sapkowski, the pride of Poland's The Witcher, didn't really gain worldwide recognition until CD Projekt Red's games started to become more popular, the latter were never meant to be a like-for-like recreation of the novels, even if there are still tons of references to them in the vast world of The Witcher 3. Netflix's series has set out to do something similar, following the book's story, but changing certain themes, moments, plot lines, and the overall personality of some characters to suit its needs. In other words, completely changing the source material. Those changes do require...
Yeah, they want to respect the source material by changing the plot, the characters, the events, and the personalities of those characters. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
You have to respect the work before you're allowed to add to its legacy, as writer Beau DeMayo commented during a recent Instagram Q&A session via Sci-Fi and Fantasy Gazette, something found lacking in The Witcher since some of the writers were not fans or actively dislike the books and games.
It seems like if you actively don't like it, that's like... Bro, it's like who goes to like a pizza shop and they're like, bro, I fucking hate pizza. Hire me. Like, what's wrong with you? Why would you do this?
Even actively mocking the source material. It's a recipe for disaster and bad morale. Perhaps it's no surprise then that within days of this article, we heard this. Liam Hemsworth is replacing Henry Cavill for The Witcher Season 4. There is no replacing Henry Cavill in this series. It's dead. Interesting wording in your headline. While Liam Hemsworth is indeed replacing Henry Cavill, it's because Henry Cavill left. And the timing couldn't have been worse for Netflix because all of this happened right before the big rollout of the Witcher prequel. Blood Origin Never heard of it? Don't recognize this as The Witcher? I don't blame you, because honestly, I couldn't tell the difference between this, Willow, The Rings of Power, and Wheel of Time. It just looks like a very diverse group.
Yeah, it's just more fantasy bullshit. Like what they're trying to do is they're trying to push out a looks like shit. Yeah, exactly. They fucked him for Superman. He isn't going to be Superman. Yeah. Is diverse is bad? I think that the problem with the is it if diversity is put in for the nature of it being diversity. I think an example of this not being the case is Nick Fury in the Marvel movies. Nick Fury is played by Samuel Jackson. Nobody ever says, "Oh, I don't like this guy." Like, "Oh, Nick Fury was white in the comics and now they're making him black." Bro, this shit is woke as fuck. I hate this. No, because he's being played by Samuel fucking Jackson. So if the main reason why you're putting an actor in a role is because of their gender or because of their skin color, it's very different than if you're putting them in the role because they're actually good for the role. Which, by the way, Samuel Jackson was fucking perfect as Nick Fury.
Of no-name adult pretenders
That's
and
the
rags.
difference.
To be fair, it does have Michelle Yeoh, who has been great in some things and awful in others.
Every minute you remain here, your counselors must reorganize their tiny male brains to rationalize why it isn't them standing on the dais.
And it's impossible not to mention the Change.org petition, which currently sits at 279,123 signatures. Netflix, you must keep Henry Cavill as The Witcher and replace the writers instead.
They're never gonna do this, by the way. Like, this is just like literally like a no-shot situation. They're never gonna try to add him back in. I find it super unlikely. It's just, yeah, it's changed positions. It's not going to happen. Let me sign it. It doesn't matter how many people sign these petitions. Netflix is just going to go through with what they go through with. The only way that you can really, if you don't like people taking fantasy series and, you know, butchering them for their own fucking reasons, then just don't watch them. That's the real secret, is that they're going to stop making series like this if nobody likes them.
But a better barometer of how the fans actually feel is the Blood Origin trailers that are currently on YouTube and getting ratioed into oblivion. But even before this, there were whispers, hints, clues, signs, straight up portents that this was going to be an intersectional woke disaster. Writers from the Witcher Netflix series. We will have a cat mother, a patriarchy smasher in Haley Hall, a witch, and etc. Sure looks promising. But I would say the biggest red...
What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, wait, what are you doing? I don't understand how people, how these people get in these positions, man. I really don't. I think it's because, like, these ideas are these are supposed to be, like, the ideas, the right ideas. And so, nobody ever wants to challenge these ideas, because if you do, that means that you, like, hate women or something like this. So they've successfully taken any sort of dissent and turned it into, like, effectively, like, being a bad person. Yeah, it's a virtue signaling. Well, what I'm saying is that, like, it works until it hits an audience. And that's what the problem is I think that a lot of people, it's like the emperor's new clothes. Nobody wants to say it, but then whenever eventually it ends up in the hands of the audience, people don't like it and it doesn't do well. That's what the problem is.
Flag came up prior to season 2 from Henry Cavill himself.
The showrunner has a particular vision for the show and for the characters in the show. And as I mean, I don't know if you've read the books, but the books, certainly the first few, is very much from a Geralt perspective. And so with the shift of the showrunner's vision, where it's an ensemble cast more so than a singular lead, and the perspective is shifted to be almost more of a Cirilla Yennefer perspective. And so it's about finding my character's place within that vision and making sure that I...
Yeah, Geralt becomes a background character so we can hear about this other bullshit. Yeah, it's nuts, man. I can't believe it. I have to take this.
This one guy in chat's like, he doesn't like it not being all about him. Bro, the show is called The Witcher. What do you mean? Not The Witcher and Friends. Jesus Christ. Anyway, Henry Cavill is, dude. What, I mean, what? There's nothing else to describe the man other than Giga Chad. I mean, it's just, what can you say? What can you really say about the guy? It's, Jesus. So fucking Giga Chad. Anyway, what a day.
Okay. Ugh. Where we at? It's got the Luke Goblin shirt. I'm chilling, man. I am chilling.
I do everything I can to be as faithful to the source material as possible that I can be within the structure set out for me.
What I think he's really saying is that, like, basically they wanted to use his name and put him on the show and then relegate him to a background character for them to tell their personal versions of other characters in the story. Like, I think that's probably what he's really saying here.
It's about finding that place in there where I can do both. I can help the showrunner realize their vision and also bring everything I can from the books and from that psychopathic, like, loyalist nature of mine into my own personal character.
Reminder, The Witcher was one of Henry Cavill's dream projects that he walked away from. So whatever spin you hear, we know the truth. It's out there, and damn it, he was trying to tell us. The first season of The Witcher was a massive success for the streaming service, and season 2 is on the way relatively shortly. Well, it has since come out, and it wasn't a massive success. Last year, The Witcher showrunner Lauren Schmidt-Hissrich made it clear that she has enough ideas for the show to run for another 7 seasons. Well,
I wonder if any of those include Geralt.
It's not likely now. While those plans seemed overly ambitious at the time, they certainly did, and they do now. Cavill has said he's good with that plan, but he wants to make sure that those in charge make one big promise. Speaking to The Hollywood Reporter, the actor, who is also the most recent iteration of Superman, said that he is willing to come back to The Witcher for its entire long run, as long as the showrunners continue making high-quality programming. Cavill said that they also need to make sure that the stories that are pumped out stay true to the vision of the author of The Witcher books, Andrzej Sapkowski.
That's probably not going to happen because all the writers want to use it. See, this is the problem, right? Is that people, they will take a show like this and they will use it as a platform to push their own narrative. This is a platform for them to push a certain message that they want to use the show to do. And the problem with this is that if you make your own series and you want to have your own series and have your own message to that series, that's totally fine. But what I think a lot of people don't like is whenever you have a show that has an established message, it has an established idea and like a world to it, and then you take that world, you put that in the background, and what you put there instead is your message, because you're co-opting something that isn't yours, that you're taking over, and then changing it. That's what the issue is.
Of course, The Witcher Season 2 came out right around Christmas, and it was completely forgettable. But who could forget the back and forth between Lauren Hissrich and Jeremy from The Quartering, where she was forced to bend the knee to the woke mob for even talking to him? But that's not all. This brings us to the latest article from Tech Radar. Speaking exclusively to Tech Radar at the Witcher Blood Origin UK junket, Hissrich said she sympathizes with viewers over Cavill leaving the hit Netflix show. However, Hissrich simultaneously appealed to fans to stick with the TV series even if Cavill won't be a part of its cast for much longer. Of course, because she wants to keep her platform. Hissrich's response comes 5 weeks after it was revealed the show's lead actor won't return as Geralt of Rivia after The Witcher Season 3, the fantasy series which returns in Q2 of 2023, and it's already DOA, will bring the curtain down on Cavill's reign, with Liam Hemsworth, discount Hemsworth.
God, what an asshole. What a dick. Oh, God. Just like, bro, this guy's catching strays just for taking a role. Oh, fuck. Oh, listen, like, I don't know, maybe he could be really good at it. I do think that it's, like, super jarring if you have the main actor for the show. It's like, if you think of The Witcher, you think of Geralt. You don't think of Yennefer or Ciri. Think of fucking Geralt. And you have the main guy who just, oops, he's just, you know, we're just gonna replace him and hey, let's just keep going. Like, they did this in Game of Thrones. Oh, they did it with fucking Harry Potter. Dumbledore, the actor for Dumbledore got changed. It was totally fine because Dumbledore isn't Harry Potter. You know who The Witcher is? It's Geralt. Yeah, he died though? Well, what I'm saying is that it was not a, like, as somebody who watched all the Harry Potter movies that came out over time, and I'll use another one. Dario Naharis is another one in Game of Thrones. They swapped his actor. It was totally fucking fine. Yeah, it was like, wait a second, but it's like, okay, all right, whatever, just keep going. Because these are not really main characters. They're secondary characters.
Brother of Marvel movie star Chris Hemsworth,
they recast the Mountain 3
Cavill
times.
From season 4 onwards. I highly doubt there's going to be an onwards. Then the article once again brings up the Change.org petition, which we just talked about, the one that wants to keep Henry Cavill and sack the showrunners. And again, that is the single most logical decision you can make. It's the only decision you should be making. I don't care what egos you have to bruise. I don't care what contracts you have to break. Your show was much more likely to survive with Henry Cavill and without Lauren Hissrich and her writing team. Now,
and it would have been weird, like, theoretically, if Liam Hemsworth was playing Geralt the entire time and then he randomly left and now Henry Cavill is going to do it. I mean, this isn't Doctor Who. It's the same guy. It's supposed to be the same exact character. Like, that would have been weird too.
No chance. But this is what happens when you hire for optics. When you cast people in certain positions like showrunners, writers, or producers, and you find out that they're not really qualified for the job, it gets a little difficult to get rid of them because of the optics. For her part, Hissrich said she completely understands the fan anger leveled at her and the rest of the show's creators. I'm wondering if that's in reference to Beau DeMayo. However, she also called on The Witcher's fan base to continue supporting its cast and crew. Why? Give us a reason. Adding that failure to do so would be to the detriment of the upcoming spin-off Blood Origin and future seasons of The Witcher's main series. Hate to break.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would make them not want to, because didn't you just say that they hated the fucking, the prequel anyway? So, like, isn't that kind of two birds with one stone?
Break this to you, sweetheart.
I mean,
that was you. You and your writers drove off Henry Cavill. You and your writers drove off the fans by not respecting the source material. It's a big deal for us too, Hissrich admitted when Tech Radar mentioned how fans had negatively responded to Cavill's impending departure. And that's the thing. There's a lot of talk and rumors about, and we fully understand why fans are going there. I can't,
yeah, of course,
and help but think she means not only Henry Cavill leaving, but why he is leaving, and it doesn't sound like it's a denial. And that is the single most obvious reason why this entire staff should be fired right now. You were given a potential franchise that could have gone on for years, and you made it a feminist platform. Here's where the begging starts. What I will say is, please come back for The Witcher Season 3. What you will ask.
I would say the first season, if I think about, like, was this a feminist platform? I haven't seen the second one because I heard it was bad. I don't really think so. I think it was pretty much fine, right? I mean, like, that was about it. Like, I don't know. Was the second one like that? I have no idea.
Is please come back for The Witcher Season 3 so that we can continue to do this. So you're saying if we don't come back, we won't get a Witcher Season 4? Thanks for letting us know. Obviously, that Cavill's departure is huge news. But what I don't want to do is this has to stay about Blood Origin. Declan, Dabara, Blood Origin's showrunner, the cast and the crew, this is their time in the spotlight. Oh, well, it's not going to last very long. The Witcher Blood Origin includes a major change to series Bloodline. Lauren S. Hissrich reveals Netflix The Witcher Blood Origin features a major change to the lore. It appears The Witcher Blood Origin will add a new ancestor to series Bloodline, one also involved in the creation of the first Witcher and the conjunction of the spheres. So they're going to completely make this up, and as with all prequels to established properties, Hollywood likes to do them so a girl could do it first, which already happened in the books, but it wasn't the right kind of girl. They had to correct that too. And once again,
that is just nuts, man. Fuck them. And the thing is, like, this is the good thing about being in a free society, is that if this kind of stuff comes out and people don't like it, they just don't have to watch the show. I do think that, like, for fantasy shows, it is especially like corrosive to have, like, you know, you're like, oh, you're hiring for diversity reasons or something like this. The reason why it's so corrosive is that fantasy shows are built around, they're built around escapism. So if every time you see a character, you know that character is there because of some sort of real life reason or something weird like that, it breaks the immersion that somebody has with watching the show. And I think that's the worst thing that happens. AKA fantasy. Yeah, it's jarring. Exactly. That's ruining the series and telling your audience to keep watching because you have more content that ruins the series. Yeah. I don't think it's, yeah, I don't think this is the argument they're going for. By that logic, it's made up so it doesn't matter, but clearly the fans don't want changes regardless of fictional IP. Of course they don't want changes. It's a fantasy IP, but the fantasy is the same. They want to have the fantasy IP that is reflected in the show. And also, I think that it goes to show that if you are making a bunch of changes to, like, casting and the way that things are going in terms of, like, who's playing what, it also probably assumes that you're probably going to do the same thing with the plot. Because there's clearly not a adhesion to the actual story, and it's about filling some gap or filling some role. So, of course.
No surprise we hear this. Originally announced as a 6-episode show, Blood Origin was cut down significantly. And I'm guessing if there's a Witcher Season 4, and that's a big if, it will be cut down significantly in budget and episode count.
Yeah,
a lot could happen between now and 2025. And for what it was, I liked Season 1 and defended it. It had a lot of what people liked.
Yes.
Geralt, monsters, and boobs. But it also had...
That's all it needed. It's like, imagine, like, how easy that is. The guy, there's some fucking Polish guy, he just wrote down what to do. You've got this guy who really likes the character. That's in the bag. Everything else is taken care of, and somehow you mess this up? Oh my God.
Had plenty of cringe like this.
Because I'm a girl and girls can't be witches. Which I think is probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I want more. I have to be more because I don't know what to do in Blaviken for the rest of my life except go to...
There's nothing wrong with this. Because if you take this right here, what is the difference between what she's saying here and what Éowyn said to Aragorn in Rohan? Nothing. Nothing is wrong with this. It is the exact same thing.
The boring old market.
So the future tavern wench wants more. Maybe she could take a women's studies course at the University of Blaviken. And who could forget Geralt spending...
I don't think that was not problematic to me at all. Because I think it makes sense. That, in my opinion, I thought that was a good... Like, and this is what I was saying, right? Is that every single manifestation of women being treated different because they're women and not liking that, or a story revolving around a person and the fact that they are a woman is a core plot point. This is not an issue. This is, I mean, like, bro, like, that's how they got the Witch King, right? And so it's not bad. It's just the way the stories are told. I think that in general, like, there are very few things that are bad fundamentally, And almost everything is usually bad in the way that it's told. It's the execution of it, yeah.
The entire final episode of the first season injured in the back of a horse cart. But not to worry, because according to Lauren Hissrich, once Henry Cavill is gone, they're going to be much more canonical. God, that sounds familiar. Rings of Power Season 2, anyone? Bottom line, Season 2 was a disaster. It's been all downhill from there. Netflix should have fired this entire writing staff, brought in new showrunners, and made Henry happy, and they would have a successful series. Now, that's not happening. But if the show doesn't satisfy you, well, there's always The Witcher 4 from CD Projekt Red, right?
My name is Piotr Nielubowicz. I'm a member of the board and CFO at CD Projekt. I'm also personally involved in a range of environmental, social, and governance initiatives, ESG for short.
You what? Huh? Okay, never mind. It looks like they're going to try to outdo The Last of Us Part 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another shining example of Hollywood looking for that mythical modern audience. Now, they didn't find the audience, but they did find something else. Failure. And now The Witcher without Henry Cavill is going to look just like Blood Origins or Wheel of Time or Willow or Rings of Power. They're all...
This guy hates women? I think that, again, like, and this is kind of what the struggle is with this kind of stuff, is that it's very hard to have an honest conversation about this, because any conversation that you have, you're either labeled a feminist like fucking SJW or an alt-right Nazi. Like, you can't have an honest conversation about how casting choices can remove immersion if they're being done for some political social reason or something like this. It's like there's always these two extremes. It's like some of the things this guy has said I think are agreeable. Other parts, especially, I think that, you know, again, like, I feel like I'm like 1000% on point with like that conversation, that is straight up Éowyn from Lord of the Rings. And she's a well-liked character, and this is totally fine. So I actually, yeah, I never thought that was a problem, and that was in the book, too. And I think that's fundamentally what it is that if you just follow the book, it'll be fine. Yeah, Protect All Women, yeah, but worse written. Oh, I mean, of course it's not as good as Tolkien. I mean, it doesn't have to be. It just has to be decent, that's all. If I played Dark and Darker yet, yeah, I'm going to play it pretty soon here. I'll watch like maybe one more thing, then we'll start playing. Okay, guys, I apologize it's taken so long. I've had a lot of things to maul about today, okay? This has been a fucking therapy session because I wanted to talk about this shit for like fucking a week, and I haven't had the chance to.
Interchangeable, and I want you to think about this again to bring up.
They took it down because they knew that they're trying to get it. They're trying to get it ready for me. That's why.
Modern audience, and their never-ending quest to search for that audience and be different by subverting cultural norms. They all look the same. And what's the big difference between the previously mentioned fantasies and House of the Dragon? Masculinity. And The Witcher just lost theirs, and poor Henry Cavill.
And that's just also the truth, is that a lot of the people that like watching these shows, it's a bunch of dudes. So it's the same thing I said with WoW, is like, that's why, like, I think, like, for example, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yeah, there's girls that watch the show. I was shocked to see that. I really was. Because I watched a lot of the show, and it's guys being dudes, and that's it. It's like occasionally there's a girl in the background, and it's like, oh, I've got to protect her, and then you bring out the sword, and it's a fucking battle against Dio, you know? And like, that's it. Have you seen a dude? So yeah, and so it's like, I don't think there's a problem with that. I think that's fine.
Was used once again by Netflix as a bait and switch. I hope that isn't the case with Argyle as well. The poor guy was born a decade or two too late, because he should be the biggest star in Hollywood right now, and James Gunn, he should most definitely be Superman. Now, one of the reasons he's so popular is because he had the fans back in that opening.
The reason why he's popular is because he is a fan of the content that he is portraying. It's the same reason why everybody liked it whenever Christopher Lee played Saruman. Because Christopher Lee read all the Tolkien books every year, and he was literal friends with Tolkien himself. So that's why. Well, let's see. There's a few other examples of this I can probably come up with. Other actors that were like super into the role. Oh, fuck. Gandalf. Yeah, I mean, Gandalf was fucking great. Vin Diesel. Yeah, Deadpool. That is such a good fucking example. Ryan Reynolds playing Deadpool. Bro, that's why everybody loves it. It's because he loves the fucking character. The character is great. It's made for him, and it's just there. It's made for him. That's all there is to it. What's this here? Yeah, Johnny Depp with fucking Jack Sparrow. Perfect. Because each one of these, the reason why the actors are so loved is because the actors love what they're doing. That's the difference.
Clip, and I'll leave you with more Cool Henry.
Henry, tell us what your comfort films are and why you chose them.
Okay, comfort films, Lord of the Rings extended.
God, fucking damn, man. How is he so perfect? Oh my god, how is he so... Bro, he just can't stop. Like, what the fuck, man? Oh my god, the extended edition?
How is this possible?
I don't... Oh my god.
Dude, when you were gone, I said... Dude, when you went to the bathroom, I said, there's only one... Dude, there's only one word. It's Giga Chad. I mean, how... There's nothing else you can say about the guy.
I don't even know what to say, yeah. And it's like... And he doesn't have Twitter. He doesn't have social media or anything. He just... does Warhammer figurines, and he has his own personal life that nobody really knows anything about. He acts in movies, and then that's it.
Dude.
It's crazy.
How is it
he has
possible?
Instagram. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's just nuts. Okay, what are the other ones? Let me see this.
Edition.
And he played WoW.
I chose them because that's one of those, it's okay.
Oh, he's going in about it, too. It's not even like he just mentioned it as like on a list. Oh my god.
Whatever for Christmas, or you're all cozy inside, and you know the rain is blowing sideways outside in London, and the house is nice and warm. Let's watch. You check your watch. Let's watch Lord of the Rings Extended Edition, and then you just get into it, and it's such a. Even though you've watched the story 100 times.
Bro, how the fuck was this made? Like, cause you gotta think, like, this came out in 2001, so this CGI was in, like, probably 1999, 2000. Like, it was in 2001 Fellowship came out. What the fuck, man? And then, like, you have... Oh, I went right to it. It's like 1432, okay. You have this.
Rationalize why it isn't them standing on the dais.
How? What happened? Like, what is this? I don't understand.
Wait, what'd she say? I didn't hear.
I don't know. It's just some bullshit, right? What did I say, or what'd she say?
Never mind.
Okay. Yeah, it's just... God. From Oh my god, man.
Such a, even though you've watched the story 100 times, it's so well done. It is a massive movie experience.
True.
And I love them. I love it. It's just so well put together, every single aspect of it, and you don't feel like you're watching, you know, someone who's just walked out of a costume shop. They look like real characters.
And look at that.
Feel like you're watching.
Bro, like, nobody ever, like, this is, again, and like, it was a real dude. It looks like a fucking orc, man. This dude looks like a goddamn Uruk-hai, yeah. How is this? How did this happen?
You know, someone who's just walked out of a costume shop. They look like real characters.
Nerdrotic.com.
Wow. If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, tough shit, Witcher writers. You made your own bed. See you in the next video.
God damn, man. It's an orc, 6 to 8 hours of makeup every day. Well, I wish they'd have done that for the other ones. Maybe it would look good. That's what you get for fucking with CGI effects. Yeah, I mean, Cavill's making a Warhammer series now. Like, I'm so worried about a Warhammer series. As I said, because, like, the scope of Warhammer is just, like, so big. It's so expansive. It's so grandiose that it's like in mythology. Do you know how Athena came into being? She literally came out of Zeus's brain. Like, she just popped the fuck out of his head. This is the lore in actual in Greek mythology. I mean, bro, how do you make something like that, and how do you translate that onto like a movie and not have it be so abstract it's unrelatable? Like Celestials is like so like these massive fucking like, you know, these like planet fucking protecting like intergalactic beings that are, you know, part of the Marvel universe and are like some form of god pantheon. Like, it just, how do you personify that? And it's not that you can't, by the way, because Hades proved that you can absolutely personify it. So I'm not saying that it's impossible. However, it's very, very hard. So I don't know. Have you seen Astartes? Yeah, I saw all that. Yeah, do you like the Godzilla movies? Yes, I do. I love the Godzilla movies. Do you know why? Because they did what the fans wanted. So we're gonna have fucking King Ghidorah. So he comes out of like a fucking like a Rodan. Rodan comes out of like a fucking like a volcano or some shit, right? And then they chase him into like in the middle of like the ocean, and he fights King Ghidorah, and then like he's doing lightning and shit, and then Mechagodzilla comes out, and you know, Godzilla and King Kong have to beat the fuck out of him. It's like, that's all we wanted. That's it. That's it. And it's the same with the Transformers movies. Like, who is it? Michael Bay. Michael Bay. Transformers movies were fucking great. You know why? It's because he understood the audience. Who's the audience? 19-year-old guys. So they've got Megan Fox looking hot, and they've got really badass Transformers fighting with robotic fucking chainsaw swords. Problem solved. Give the audience what they want, and they're gonna be happy. Yeah, 4 and 5 was shit. Yeah, but like 4 and 5, almost everything is shit. Like the first few were pretty fucking good, man. Old Transformers were great. Yeah, exactly, man. New Transformers gonna be lit? I hope so. They've got to make a new Transformers every 7 years, because every 7 years there's new 7-year-olds to buy all the toys. So yeah, we're gonna be getting Transformers movies forever.
Faltam apenas 7 dias aí pro jogo atualizar, mano. A partir de hoje, no sábado, dia 17 de dezembro de 2022, faltam apenas 7 dias para a nova atualização do Power Wars. Você tá preparado? A tão grande espera pela novo update aí está chegando, e essa daqui pode ser uma das melhores atualizações já vistas no Power Wars. Hoje nós vamos ver tudo que vai chegar na nova atualização, vou te contar todos os personagens que vão entrar, quantos vão chegar e tudo mais. Então veja o vídeo inteiro, veja o vídeo até o final para você ficar atualizado sobre o que vai chegar, mano, dentro de 7 dias aqui no jogo. Já gostou da novidade, né? Então já deixa o like no começo do vídeo e solta a intro, editor. Salve, salve, Saiyajin! Yerbi! Tô aqui trazendo mais um vídeo pra você, meu amigo, e hoje trazendo mais um vídeo de Power Wars aí, 16.0, né, mano, que é